Good morning. My name is Alaa Kamil, and I will be serving as the designated federal official to the U.S. EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, SAC, for this meeting. And in my role, I will be opening this public meeting, and I want to thank Dr. George Cobb for serving as the chair of the committee for this meeting. I also want to thank the members of the committee, ad hoc reviewers, and the public for attending this important meeting. We appreciate the time and effort of the committee members in preparing for this meeting, considering their busy schedules. In addition, I want to thank EPA's Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics, OPPT, and my colleagues in the Peer Review and Ethics Branch, PREB, in EPA for their hard work in preparing for this important review of EPA's draft risk evaluation for di-isodecyl phthalate, DIDP, and the draft hazard assessments for di-isononyl phthalate, DINP. I would like to thank my colleagues, Steve Knott of the Peer Review and Ethics Branch, he's the manager, and from the Mission Support Division of the Office of Program Support in EPA, and would like to thank Tanu Gibson, the Executive Secretary of the FIFRA Scientific Advisory Panel and the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals. They're both online this week and will be serving as backups to my role as DFO. Thanks are also due to Dr. Charlene Matten and William Wogi, our Assistant Deputy Ethics officials, who are also DFOs and can serve also as backups. I also thank Ms. Ali Munir, the DFO in the Peer Review and Ethics Branch. I want to thank the administrative support team, including Ms. Joyce Coates, Ms. Barbara Ewell, and our contractor, Kurd Ali from Indina. The SAC is a federal advisory committee that provides independent scientific peer review and advice to the EPA on chemical-related issues regarding the impact of proposed regulatory actions on human health and the environment. The SAC provides advice and recommendations to EPA. Decision-making and implementation authority remains with the agency. The SAC for this meeting is comprised of 15 members who are experts in toxicology, environmental risk assessment, exposure assessment, and related sciences. The expertise of these members is augmented by 8 additional ad hoc reviewers who are special government employees participating in this SAC peer review, providing additional scientific expertise, including terrestrial and wildlife ecological risk assessment, bioaccumulation of chemicals and their fate in the environment, exposure to consumer products, and indoor air. Also, liver toxicity, cancer, and peroxisome proliferator activated receptor alpha mode of action, PPAR alpha, and dose response assessment in order to assist in reviews conducted by the SAC committee. Now, as the DFO for this meeting, I serve as a liaison between the SAC and the agency. I am also responsible for ensuring provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, also known as FACA, are met. The Federal Advisory Committee Act of 1972 established a system that governs the creation, operation, and termination of executive branch advisory committees. SAC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include opening meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov listed in the meeting agenda. As the designated federal official for this meeting, a critical responsibility is to work with appropriate agency officials to ensure that all appropriate ethics regulations are satisfied. In that capacity, committee members received training on provisions of the federal conflict of interest laws and ethics and scientific integrity training. In addition, each participant has filed a standard government financial disclosure report. Our deputy ethics official for the Office of Program Support and their team, in consultation with the Office of General Counsel, have reviewed these reports to ensure all ethic requirements are met. The SAC today in the next coming days will review challenging scientific issues over the next 4 days. We have a full agenda, so meeting times are approximate. Thus, we may not keep to exact times as noted in the agenda due to discussions and public comments. We strive to ensure adequate time for agency presentations, public comments, and committee deliberations. For presenters, SAC members, and public commenters, please identify yourselves as you speak into your microphones, since this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. I'd like to note that we have a live video webcast for this meeting through YouTube. To access it, please go to the link in the meeting website listed in the agenda. Copies of all EPA presentation materials, written public comments, and other documents related to this meeting are available in the public docket at regulations.gov. Copies of presentation materials submitted this week by public commenters will be available in the public docket within the next week. For this meeting, there are so far 58 registered attendees, 12 of which are registered to give oral comments. Registration to attend this meeting is open until the last day of the meeting. Members of the committee and ad hoc reviewers are encouraged to fully consider all written and oral public comments submitted for this meeting. We dedicated adequate time for the agency presentations, public comments, and peer reviewers to discuss their questions. As we move through the proceedings, if time allows, we may be able to move to the next agenda item if an item takes less than the anticipated time. Now, for members of the press, EPA Media Relations staff are available to answer your questions about this meeting. Please address all questions to Kathy Milburn at email press@epa.gov. At the conclusion of this meeting, the SAC will prepare a report as a response to all questions posed by the agency, background materials, presentations, and public comments. This final report also serves as the meeting minutes. We anticipate the final report and meeting minutes to be completed in 60 days after the meeting is concluded. Well, I wish to thank the committee and the ad hoc reviewers and the public for your participation, and I'm looking forward to both a challenging and interesting discussion over the next 4 days. I now turn the meeting over to our chair, Dr. George Cobb. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. And welcome everyone, both the public, our committee members, and EPA staff. I thank all of the people that I think I would thank, so I'm not going to repeat that other than to say we are very appreciative of the work that he and his colleagues at EPA have done to help us prepare for this meeting. At this point, I'll simply call the roll for the committee members and let each one of us introduce ourselves. I am George Cobb. I am the chair of the Environmental Science Department at Baylor University. And I'm a chemist and an exposure assessment scientist by training. So now the next person on the list is Dr. Apte.
Hi, my name is Udayan Apte. I'm a professor at the Department of Pharmacology, Toxicology, and Therapeutics at the University of Kansas Medical Center. I'm a board-certified toxicologist, and my expertise is in liver disease, liver toxicology, liver cancer. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Baker.
Hi, I'm Marissa Baker. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Washington in Seattle. My background is in industrial hygiene, exposure assessment, and occupational groups.
Thank you. Dr. Chason.
Hello, my name is Dr. Chris Chason, and my beginnings was in toxicology, particularly biochemistry. But most of my career has been with exposure assessment, including modeling and data statistics. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ike.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie Ike. I'm an assistant professor at Emory University at the Rollins School of Public Health. I'm an environmental epidemiologist, and most of my work looks at exposure to chemical mixtures and impacts on health.
Thank you. Dr. Fong.
I think he will be absent today.
Okay. Dr. Gentry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Robin Ann Gentry. I'm a principal with Ramble and a toxicologist by training, and my expertise is in the area of human health risk assessment.
Thank you. Dr. Graham.
Good morning. I'm Cynthia Graham. I'm a PhD toxicologist doing independent consulting. My expertise is respiratory and dermal sensitization.
Thank you. Dr. Heiger Bernays.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Heiger Bernays. I'm Professor Emeritus and Research Professor of Environmental Health. My background and expertise is in molecular toxicology and health risk assessment.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins.
Good morning. I'm Allison Jenkins. I'm a senior toxicologist at the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. I'm a risk assessor and human toxicologist there, do a little bit of everything with air, water, waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lee.
Good morning. So I'm Lee Lee, Assistant Professor of Environmental Health at the University of Nevada, Reno. My expertise is environmental modeling with a focus on environmental chemistry and human exposure science about chemical substances. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Merced Nieves.
Morning, my name is Francesca Merced Nieves. I'm an assistant professor at Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, and my expertise are neurotoxicology and mixtures and cumulative impacts on brain development.
Thank you. Dr. Ottinger.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ann Ottinger. I'm a professor emeritus at the University of Houston. My expertise is in endocrinology and ecotoxicology with work in neurobiology and comparative biology of aging.
Thank you. Dr. Prisbilla.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Prisbilla. I am an environmental health scientist with the Agency for Toxic Substance and Disease Registry. My expertise is in human health risk assessments. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Reif.
Hi, I'm David Reif. I'm chief of the predictive toxicology branch at the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences. I was formerly a professor of bioinformatics at NC State University. And so my expertise is in computational biology, informatics, and artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Dr. Samel Elliott.
Don't think she's participating.
Okay. And Mr. Wright also is not participating. Dr. David.
Hi, I'm Raymond David. I'm a retired toxicologist, retired from industry. I have my own consulting business, and I have been a longtime student of phthalate esters since the early 90s.
Thank you. Dr. Fanning.
Good morning. My name is Eleanor Fanning. I'm a public health toxicologist with the Washington State Department of Health. I have training in molecular biology, and my current work is mostly concerning toxics in consumer products. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Fenner Crisp.
Good morning. I'm Penny Fenner Crisp. I'm an independent consultant living in Charlottesville, Virginia. Formerly an EPA employee, spent 22 years in the drinking water, toxics, and pesticide program. My area of expertise is all things toxicology, human health risk assessment, and regulatory science policy and guidance.
Thank you. Dr. Howdershell.
Kimber Howdeshell. I'm with the National Institute of Environmental Health Science, where I'm a health scientist in the Division of Translational Toxicology. My expertise is reproductive and developmental toxicology and mixtures and systematic review.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez.
Hi, good morning. My name is Janelle Martinez. I'm a board certified toxicologist working as a principal scientist at B. Braun in the pharmaceutical chemistry research division. And I have over 25 years of experience with state, local, and national agencies doing human health risk assessments. Currently, I do human health risk assessments for pharmaceutical containers and medical devices.
Thank you. Dr. Schumann Goodyear.
Everyone, I'm Molly Schumann Goodyear. I'm a research scientist with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. My expertise is in ecotoxicology and environmental endocrinology. I'm serving as an ad hoc reviewer, and I've spent time working at EPA with the hardworking folks in OPPT as an eco-assessor. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Spade.
Good morning. I'm Daniel Spade. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at Brown University. I am a toxicologist, and my area of expertise is male reproductive toxicology.
Thank you. And Dr. Wolf.
Douglas Wolf, veterinary pathologist by training, retired from both US EPA and Syngenta crop protection, independent consultant with expertise in toxicology, toxicologic pathology, and carcinogenesis.
So thank you. Is there anyone whose name I did not call? Please raise your hand if there is. I think we got through everyone. So now we can move on to our introductions of the other folks from EPA. So at this point, I turn the floor over to Dr. Alyssa Reeves, who is the director of OPPT within the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention. Dr. Reeves.
Great, thank you, Dr. Cobb, and good morning, everyone. I want to welcome our new members of the SAC, and of course, welcome back those of you who have been with us for a while now. We are pleased to have you back with us this week to review our first two phthalate risk evaluations. My name is Alyssa Reeves. I'm the director of the Office of Pollution Prevention Toxics. I've been in this position since late last year. I came over from the Office of Pesticide Programs, where I had over 20 years experience in toxicology, risk assessment, and risk management. This morning, I have the pleasure today to welcome Dr. Michal Friedhoff, the Assistant Administrator for EPA's Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention, to give some opening remarks. Michal began her tenure as the AA in June of 2021. Prior to that, she joined EPA as the Principal Deputy Assistant Administrator for OCSPP in January 2021. Dr. Friedhoff has more than 20 years of government experience, most recently as the Minority Director of Oversight for the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. She began her congressional service in 1996 in then Congressman Ed Markey's office as a Congressional Science and Engineering Fellow after receiving a PhD in physical chemistry at the University of Rochester. Dr. Friedhoff has also served on the staffs of the House Science Committee, the House Select Committee on Energy Independence and Global Warming, the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and the House Natural Resources Committee. With environmental expertise spanning a range of policy areas, her legislative work includes the 2016 reauthorization of TSCA, or the Toxic Substances Control Act, 2019 legislation to address PFAS contamination, the fuel economy provisions in the 2007 Energy Independence and Security Act, and a law requiring the creation of an online database of potential consumer product safety defects. And so it's my pleasure this morning to welcome Dr. Friedhoff to give our opening remarks. Dr. Friedhoff.
Thanks so much. And hello, everybody. I'm happy I could be here today to help kick off the meeting. And I'd like to start by welcoming our new committee members. We've had 4 new members join the SAC: Dr. Arthur Fong, Dr. Robin Ann Gentry, Dr. Lee Lee, and Dr. Jennifer Sammel. And we also have some folks who've signed up for another go around with our merry band: Dr. Udayan Apti, Dr. Marissa Baker, Dr. Christine Chasen, Dr. Wendy Hager-Bernays, Dr. Jennifer Prisbilla, and Dr. David Reif. I want to give you all a very warm welcome to the committee. The SAC has done invaluable work for us for many years, and we're excited to have you on board and look forward to your insights and contributions. We've also had to say goodbye to 2 of our SAC members, Dr. Carmen Miserlian and Dr. Charles Voorhees. Our thanks to them as well for all of their work. So thank you all for being virtually here. And I also just want to say that I'm sorry we can't meet in person. Unfortunately, we continue to be underfunded, and so we've had to move to virtual SAC meetings. Since TSCA was amended in 2016, it's been a continual struggle to get the resources we need to do the critical work that needs to be done. And we didn't even come close to getting what we need from Congress this past year. We told Congress we need an increase of about $48 million over our FY 2023 funding levels to meet many of the statutory deadlines in TSCA. And instead, our toxics budget was cut by $5 million. And this is a serious blow. It endangers our ability to do what TSCA tells us we have to do to protect human health and the environment in the timeframes the law requires. So one of the ways we're making up our budget shortfall is by making our FY 24 peer review meetings virtual rather than offering an in-person option. So just as an example, by having a fully virtual 4-day SAC meeting for formaldehyde, we saved about $100,000. I know some of you have noted that there can be benefits to having meetings in person, and we completely agree and hope that our resources picture changes sometime soon. The thing is, whether you're online or in person, some of the most significant changes we've made during this administration have been in part a response to feedback from the SAC. And the solutions to many problems that you noted over and over again in your reviews of the first 10 risk evaluations were incorporated into our final risk evaluation framework rule, which frankly has SAC written all over it. For example, when the SAC reviewed the risk evaluation for 1,4-dioxane done under the previous administration, you had some strong critiques and noted some glaring holes. So first, the risk evaluation didn't look at potential exposures through the water we drink or the air we breathe, which has clear implications for the general population and especially for fence-line communities. And the risk evaluation also assumed that everyone who worked with the chemical always properly wore personal protective equipment. The SAC questioned those decisions. Our final risk evaluation rule says that EPA can't exclude exposure pathways or conditions of use from the scope of a risk evaluation. And it also says we have to accurately consider risks to workers. We've also incorporated a consideration of risk to fence-line communities. The SAC reviewed our fence-line community risk screening approach in March of 2022 and provided valuable feedback, which we've started to incorporate into our subsequent risk evaluations. Another improvement we've made thanks to feedback from the SAC is in systematic review. We updated our systematic review protocol in 2021, following recommendations from both your reviews of specific risk evaluations and the national academies. In 2022, you reviewed our revised protocol and provided additional recommendations, which we've also started to incorporate. We've also gotten helpful feedback on specific chemicals like NMP, which we just proposed a rule to address. During that review, you identified issues with our PBPK exposure modeling and our consideration of aggregate exposures, which we revised using your advice. Today, we come to you again to ask for your expertise. We provided some specific charge questions to guide in the next few days, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say. You'll be considering DIDP and DINP, two phthalates used to make plastic that's found in everything from flooring to furniture to children's toys. Just 2 weeks ago, the Biden-Harris administration released the first comprehensive government-wide strategy to target plastic pollution. Plastic production and waste have doubled over the past 2 decades, littering our ocean, poisoning the air of communities near production facilities, and threatening public health. This new strategy specifically mentions using TSCA to review chemicals used in plastic production. The administration also announced that we aim to phase out federal procurement of single-use plastics from food service operations, events, and packaging by 2027, and from all federal operations by 2035. Since people use all kinds of different plastics every single day, and since exposure to many phthalates, including DINP, cause the same health effect, we're also looking at cumulative risk. The SAC reviewed our draft approach for cumulative risk assessment last year. As you know, we've given you the full DIDP risk evaluation to review, but only the hazard assessment for DINP. This is another way we're making our risk evaluation process more efficient and sustainable for the program. We're hoping to focus your efforts on work that is truly novel and for which we really need your review. And in this case, the exposures for DIDP and DINP are very similar, but the hazards are different. So we're asking you to look at both chemicals' hazards, but to review our approach to exposure to both chemicals based just on what we've provided in the DIDP evaluation. I know you've got a lot to talk about, so I'll end here. We really look forward to your valuable input, and it really does make a difference and improve the way we do things. Thank you again for all the work that you do.
Thank you very much. It's very good to hear from you, and I appreciate you taking the time to come speak with the committee today. And I will say that just as a chair, and I've been ad hoc and then a full member for a while, we did take notice of the efforts that EPA took to incorporate the SAC's comments into the risk assessment process, and I've tried to highlight that in at least our executive summaries when we are reporting out. So I do appreciate that, and duly note that EPA is making strides to take into account the types of recommendations that we're making. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think at this point we move to our presenters from EPA. And we'll be hearing from our first technical presentation will be from Dr. Beecham, Dr. Lutz from the Existing Chemicals Risk Assessment Division. And they're going to be talking to us about the overview of the draft hazard assessment. So,
thank you, Dr. Cobb. I appreciate it. So, Colin Beecham here, US EPA. So, thanks for the introduction. Also wanted to thank the other members of the SAC as well for their participation and the feedback that we will receive shortly. So, and also want to thank the public commenters that we'll be hearing from later today as well. So, today, as you've heard, we'll be talking about DIDP's draft risk evaluation and the draft hazard assessment for DINP. So, next slide, please. So, first, I want to say thank you. It takes a small army of people to get us to this point. Process, including the authors and contributors to the risk evaluation and the technical support documents, our technical support staff, contractors who make much of this work possible, and then also technical experts from within other offices within the EPA. Next slide, please. So today, the outline for today will be first with the SAC presentations. The technical presentations from the SAC, we have those broken into 4 parts. So part 1 is the introduction to TSCA, and then introduction to DIDP and DINP. Part 2 will focus on the DIDP human health hazard and exposure. Part 3 will be the DINP human health hazard. And then part 4 will be DIDP environmental hazard and exposure and the DINP environmental hazard. Now our charge questions are broken up into the two, are directed at our 2 different chemicals. For DIDP, our charge questions will focus on the exposure analysis, the ecological hazard, and the human health hazard. For DINP, our charge questions will be focused on the ecological hazard and the human health hazard. Next slide, please. So in order to connect the dots here, so we've given you a roadmap. So on the left hand of this table, you'll see parts 1, 2, 3, and 4 that correspond to the various presentations. In the middle column here is our presentation sections by title. And on the far right, you'll see the charge questions for which that are directed at these various parts. Next slide, please. Now then, we'll start with the introduction to TSCA. Next slide, please. So to set some regulatory context here, TSCA Section 6B requires the EPA to conduct risk evaluation to determine whether a chemical substance presents an unreasonable risk of injury to human health or the environment. We must, in order to do that, we're not supposed to consider the costs of, or other non-risk factors, including an unreasonable risk determination to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations identified by the EPA as relevant to the risk evaluation under the conditions of use. And in TSCA Section 6B4C directs the EPA to establish the form and manner and criteria that govern manufacturer requests that EPA conduct a risk evaluation on a substance that they manufacture. And so this is the portion that directly corresponds to DINP and DIDP as manufacturer requested risk evaluations. So the EPA has broad discretion to establish these criteria, but relatively less discretion over whether or not to grant those requests that comply with the EPA's criteria. So in other words, EPA must grant any request if it is determines that it complies with EPA's criteria until the statutory minimum of 25% has been met. And what that portion means is that the EPA's must grant MREs that meet the criteria if they contain, or not contain, but if they are 25% or less of the total number of risk evaluations under consideration. Continuing that line, assuming EPA receives requests in excess of that threshold, that 25% threshold, the EPA interprets this provision to grant EPA discretion to determine whether to grant further requests up to a maximum of half of the total risk evaluations under consideration. In such circumstances, EPA has the discretion to give preference to the manufacturer request for which the EPA determines that restrictions imposed by one or more states have the potential to significantly impact interstate commerce or health or the environment. In other words, we must grant MREs that meet the criteria up to the 25% threshold, and then between the 25 and 50%, up to a 50%, so half of the total of risk evaluations under consideration. Next slide, please. So US EPA requirements under TSCA, we have, what are they? So we have to evaluate the existing chemicals with clear and enforceable deadlines. In this case, we have 3 to 3.5 years to complete risk evaluations after the final scopes are published. So we must use to the best available science, using reasonably available information, and make decisions based on the weight of scientific evidence. We'll talk more about those later. We have to develop a risk-based chemical assessment without consideration of cost or other non-factors. And we must consider risks to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations determined to be relevant to the risk evaluation. And finally, we have to address those unreasonable risks identified in the risk evaluation. Next slide, please. So TSCA risk evaluations. The risk evaluation considers the exposure and hazards to determine whether a chemical substance presents an unreasonable risk to human health or the environment under the conditions of use. The risk evaluation is our primary science support document that the agency uses if it is necessary to issue regulations to address unreasonable risk. And then finally, to the extent that the administrator makes a decision based on science, the administrator shall use scientific information, technical procedures, measures, methods, protocols, methodologies, or models employed in a manner consistent with the best available science. And that's our section 26H portion of TSCA. Next slide, please. So this is what I was referencing previously. And so I want to make sure that we get some scientific terms properly understood here for as we evaluate, as we go through the evaluation of our work. So specifically, EPA will document the risk evaluation is consistent with the best available science and based on the weight of scientific evidence. So in determining best available science, we have EPA has to consider the extent to which scientific information, technical procedures, measures, methods, protocols, methodologies, or models employed to generate our information are reasonable for the consistent with the intended use of the information. Hence some of the charge questions that you see. We also need to consider the extent to which the information is relevant for the administrator's use in making decisions about the chemical substance or mixtures. We also need to consider the degree of clarity and completeness with which data, assumptions, methods, quality assurance, and analyses employed to generate the information are documented. The extent to which the variability and uncertainty of the information or in the procedures, measures, methods, protocols, methodologies, or models are evaluated and characterized. And that's why we have such a focus on methodologies in our charge questions. And then finally, the extent of the independent verification or peer review of the information or of these procedures, measures, methods, protocols, methodologies, and models. Hence the reason why we're asking for this guidance. Next question, please. So weight of scientific evidence, what is that? So in order to meet the law's requirement to base decisions in TSCA, risk evaluations must be made on the weight of scientific evidence. EPA relies on this on established agency guidance documents, which provide consistency and formality to the process that looks to integrate multiple and often heterogeneous lines of evidence. The weight of scientific evidence assessment is based on the strengths, limitations, and the interpretation of data available, the information across multiple lines of evidence, and how these different lines of evidence may or may not fit together when drawing conclusions. And the weight of scientific evidence assessment also examines multiple lines of evidence from scientifically relevant published or publicly available studies in peer-reviewed scientific journals, studies conducted in accordance with OECD or EPA guidelines, gray literature, and or any other studies, scientific information, or lines of evidence that are of sufficient quality, relevance, and reliability are evaluated across studies and endpoints into an overall assessment. So EPA has provided a summary of the weight of scientific evidence narrative or characterization to accompany a detailed analysis to transparently describe the conclusions, as well as explain the selection of studies or effects used in main lines of evidence and relevant basis for those conclusions. Next slide, please. So TSCA risk assessment considerations. When we start with, we look at sources of potential exposure, the pathways by which those exposures may occur, the media in which those exposures could take place, the receptors or the people and organisms that may be exposed, and then the routes by which people and environment and animals and plants may also be exposed. Next slide, please. So the risk evaluation process is an incremental and iterative process, and so the methods that we're developing here may be used in future, as appropriate for different chemicals. And that's one of the reasons why we spend so much time asking questions about methodologies, is so we can improve our strategies and assessments. But keeping in mind that we're time bound, and that the risk evaluations must be completed within 3 years of the publication of the scopes. And so the risk evaluations ultimately land on a determination of risk, whether that be unreasonable, no unreasonable risk, or an unreasonable risk for a chemical. If the EPA determines that there is unreasonable risk for a chemical, even with one COU, we move to risk management, and the risk management phase is where we impose restrictions in order to eliminate that unreasonable risk. Next slide, please. So in order to ensure the science quality and transparency, we go through several rounds of various internal and external reviews. Some of our internal review processes include peer review with our technical teams right here within the existing chemicals risk assessment division. And then continuing on to our senior scientists and management reviews. And then we also work collaboratively with other offices within the EPA and external to the and sometimes even external to the EPA. With this evaluation, we've collaborated specifically with the Office of Research and Development, Office of Water, and Office of Radiation, seeking early guidance, among others, seeking early guidance on methodologies and feedback. And of course, our external review process includes a public comment period, which I believe recently ended for these two, and then of course continuing on into various peer review possibilities, such as SAC, or as in the case of other existing chemical or risk evaluations, even consulting with the HSRB, NASM, and others as well. We also rely extensively on journal publications and then contract reviews and letter peer reviews, as you've seen in other evaluations. And then, of course, stakeholder engagement through from various entities, whether it be the manufacturers that request the risk evaluations in this case, or our other collaborators, or not collaborators, but other stakeholders as well from our NGOs groups. Next slide, please. So what will we do with this feedback, and why are we seeking it? So we're asking for the feedback to help us decide when and how the EPA uses different approaches to estimate potential exposures to the chemicals, define the conditions when specific approaches can be or should be applied to the risk evaluations, and also assist the agency in quickly identifying readily available data best suited for use in risk evaluations. And also, as you see with some of the future-oriented charge questions that we're asking here, future steps in the method development and utilization in ongoing and future risk evaluations. Next slide, please. With that, I will turn it over to our very talented technical team in order to go through other portions of our presentations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the next presenters will be, I'm not sure which person is going to, is Dr. Beecham going to be presenting, or who's next?
Morning, Dr. Cobb. This is Anthony Luz with EPA. I'll be presenting the next portion of this morning's presentation.
Okay. So this is the second part, the presentation two?
No, this is still part one. We're now just switching gears to going over some background information specifically relevant to DIDP and DINP.
Apologies, I had a different name on my schedule, so please continue.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. So good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Anthony Luz, and I'm a biologist in EPA's existing chemicals risk assessment division. And I will be covering DIDP and DINP background information during the next part of the presentation. Next slide, please. All right, so TSCA Section 6 allows manufacturers of chemical substances and or categories of chemical substances to request an EPA conducted risk evaluation on the chemical substance and or category of chemical substances on the conditions of use of interest to the manufacturers requesting the evaluation. So on May 24th, 2019, under the old TSCA risk evaluation rule, EPA received a request from ExxonMobil Chemical Company, Evonik Corporation, and Technor-Apex through ACC's high phthalates panel to conduct a risk evaluation for DINP. while a similar request for risk evaluation of DIDP was also received from ExxonMobil Chemical Company, again through ACC's high phthalates panel. So EPA reviewed the manufacturer requests for DIDP and DINP and approved the requests in December 2019, and then subsequently issued draft and final scope documents for the DIDP and DINP risk evaluations in 2020 and 2021. So following publication of final scopes, the next step in the risk evaluation process is to issue draft risk evaluations for peer review and public comment, which is why we're all here today. Next slide, please. Okay, so both DIDP and DINP have a number of uses regulated under TSCA. One of the primary uses of both phthalates is their use as a plasticizer to make flexible polyvinyl chloride. However, both phthalates are also used to make building and construction materials, automotive care and fuel products, and other commercial and consumer products, including adhesives and sealants, paints and coatings, electrical and electronic products, all of which are considered TSCA uses. The DIDP risk evaluation is focused on evaluation of exposure to these TSCA uses. However, it is also important to note that there are a number of uses that are not subject to regulation under TSCA, including use in food packaging materials, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, and other personal care products, just to provide a few examples. These uses that can result in human exposure were not accounted for in the draft DIDP exposure assessments or draft DIDP risk evaluation. Next slide, please. Okay, so both the DIDP and DINP risk evaluations are organized into a series of discipline-specific technical support documents that summarize the technical analyses that in turn feed into the draft risk evaluations. So this slide provides an overview of the draft DIDP risk evaluation package submitted to the docket for peer review. First, you'll note the draft technical support documents summarizing the physical, chemical, and fate properties of DIDP. So these support documents feed into EPA's environmental and human exposure assessments. So there are 3 technical support documents summarizing human exposure, including an environmental, media, and general population exposure assessment, an environmental release and occupational exposure assessment, and a consumer and indoor dust exposure assessment. So these 3 human exposure assessments, in conjunction with the DIDP human health hazard assessment, feed into the human health risk characterization for DIDP. Similarly, the DIDP environmental hazard assessment and environmental exposure assessments both feed into the environmental risk characterization in the DIDP risk evaluation. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide summarizes the document map for the draft DINP risk evaluation. Please note that the draft DINP risk evaluation will be organized in a similar manner to the draft DIDP risk evaluation. However, for DINP, we have only released 5 draft technical support documents to the docket as part of the current peer review. These technical support documents are highlighted with green boxes on the slide, include EPA's draft non-cancer human health hazard assessments, cancer human health hazard assessments, physical chemistry and fate assessments, and environmental hazard assessments. Next slide, please. Okay, so why have we only released several of the DINP technical support documents as part of the current peer review? While many of the same exposure methodologies, tools, and models used in the draft DIDP risk evaluation are also being used in the DINP exposure assessments and draft risk evaluation, and feedback received from the SAC as part of the current DIDP charge will be applicable to the DINP exposure assessments and risk evaluation, which EPA is actively working on. Also, as you'll hear more about shortly, there are several key differences in human health hazard assessments between DIDP and DINP, particularly on the cancer side, and feedback from SAC on EPA's proposed human health hazard approaches for DINP will inform the exposure assessment and risk evaluation for DINP. Next slide, please. Okay, so in addition to the manufacturer requested risk evaluations for DIDP and DINP, We are also actively working on risk evaluations for 5 additional phthalates that were prioritized under TSCA by EPA for risk evaluation. This includes DEHP, DBP, BBP, DIBP, and DCHP. We anticipate that feedback received from SAC as part of the current charge will inform the ongoing risk evaluations for these 5 additional phthalates. We are also actively working on a cumulative risk assessment of 6 phthalates, including DINP, DHP, DBP, BBP, DIBP, and DCHP. And that assessment is being conducted in line with the proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment of phthalates. It was peer reviewed by the SAC during the May meeting of the SAC in 2023. Again, feedback from the SAC in particular on the exposure methodologies and approaches being employed for DIDP will be informative of EPA's cumulative phthalate assessment. Next slide, please. Okay, so with that, we reached the end of the part 1 presentation, which covered background information on TSCA, as well as on DIDP and DINP. We'll now be transitioning to the second part of this morning's presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the second part of today's presentation, I'll provide an overview. We will be providing an overview of the DIDP human health hazard assessment and exposure assessments. Next slide, please. Okay, so for this portion of the presentation, we're going to start with an overview of DIDP non-cancer and cancer human health hazards, followed by an overview of the DIDP environmental release assessment, the DIDP environmental media concentration and general population exposure assessment, and finally the DIDP consumer and indoor dust exposure assessments. And this presentation will be focusing on the background information relevant to the DIDP charge. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's just jump right into the DIDP human health hazard assessment overview. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide presents a copy of the DIDP risk evaluation document map. For this portion of the presentation, again, we will be going over the non-cancer and cancer human health hazards of DIDP that pertain to DIDP charge questions 3A and 3B. The draft DIDP human health hazard assessment technical support document, or TSD, is the primary document that provides additional information pertaining to this portion of the charge. Also, throughout today's series of presentations from EPA, I'd like to note that charge question numbers will be indicated in the top right corners of each slide that provides relevant background information to each specific question. Next slide, please. Okay, so DIDP is a well-studied phthalate with a robust database of oral exposure studies, including studies conducted in multiple species. Includes multiple short-term oral exposure studies, subchronic dietary studies, and chronic dietary studies. Additionally, DIDP has been evaluated in 2 prenatal developmental toxicity studies, 1 each of Sprague-Dawley and Wistar rats, and 2 two-generation studies of reproduction, both conducted with Sprague-Dawley rats that adhered to relevant EPA guidelines. However, there are no dermal or inhalation studies of DIDP relevant for dose response or deriving non-cancer toxicity values. Therefore, we are proposing to use the oral non-cancer points of departure to assess risk for the dermal and inhalation routes with route-to-route extrapolation. Next slide, please. Okay, so across available oral exposure studies of DIDP, liver and developmental toxicity were identified as the most sensitive non-cancer hazards, which is consistent with the conclusions of other regulatory and authoritative agencies, including US CPSC, NTP, Health Canada, ECA, as well as some others. And these hazard outcomes were the focus of EPA's dose response assessment. Observed developmental effects include increases in the incidence of skeletal and visceral variations, 2 prenatal studies of rats at doses below those that caused maternal toxicity, Additionally, in the available 2-generation studies of reproduction, effects on live births, offspring survival, and offspring body weight were observed, again, at doses that did not cause overt parental toxicity. I'll be talking a bit more about the observed developmental effects in a couple of slides. It's also important to note here that unlike other phthalate diesters such as DIHP, excuse me, and also as I'll talk about a bit more this afternoon, DINP, gestational exposure to DIDP does not induce effects on the developing male reproductive system consistent with the disruption of the androgen action. And this conclusion was endorsed by SAC during its May 2023 peer review meeting. Next slide, please. Okay, so overall, the most sensitive and robust non-cancer point of departure, or POD, that EPA identified was a NOAEL of 38 milligrams per kilogram per day. So this NOAEL is based on reduced F2 offspring survival on postnatal days 1 and 4, which is an effect that was observed consistently across both 2-generation studies of reproduction, both of which adhered to relevant EPA guidelines. Next, we converted the non-cancer NOAEL of 38 milligrams per kilogram per day to a human equivalent dose, or HED, of 9 milligrams per kilogram per day, using allometric body weight scaling to the 3/4 power. And as I'll talk about further in a couple of slides, we're proposing to use this non-cancer POD of 9 milligrams per kilogram per day to characterize risk from acute, intermediate, and chronic durations of exposure to DIDP. Also, for the benchmark margin of exposure, or benchmark MOE, a total uncertainty factor of 30 was selected based on use of an intraspecies uncertainty factor, or UFH, of 10, and an interspecies uncertainty factor, or UFA, of 3, which, consistent with EPA guidelines, was reduced from a value of 10 to 3 because 3/4 body weight scaling was used to derive the HED. Next slide, please. Okay, overall, we have robust confidence in the selected POD, and several lines of scientific evidence support the selected POD. First, it's important to note that developmental toxicity is observed consistently in 2 prenatal developmental toxicity studies, in both 2-generation studies of reproduction. So again, in the 2 prenatal studies, observed developmental effects include increases in the incidence of skeletal and visceral variations at doses that did not cause maternal toxicity or affect fetal body weight. In the first 2-generation study, DIDP exposure reduced F1 offspring survival on postnatal day 4, reduced F1 and F2 offspring body weight on postnatal day 0, and reduced F1 and F2 offspring body weight gain through postnatal day 21. Although the effects on F1 offspring survival and offspring body weight and weight gain were not observed in the second 2-generation study, the second study tested lower doses below those that caused an effect in the first study. So this is actually not inconsistent, but notably in both 2-generation studies, F2 offspring survival on postnatal days 1 and 4 was reduced dose dependently at doses that did not cause overt parental toxicity to either parental generation, supporting the selected NOAEL of 38 milligrams per kilogram per day. Further supporting the selected non-cancer POD, and is outlined in section 6.1.1 through 6.1.3 of the non-cancer DIDP technical support document. We also derived 5 additional candidate PODs ranging from 9.3 to 13 milligrams per kilogram per day from other acute, intermediate, and chronic duration studies based on liver and other developmental effects observed in several species. And these are, of course, very similar to our selected POD, and it further supports EPA's selected non-cancer POD of 9 milligrams per kilogram per day. Notably, across available studies considered for deriving the non-cancer PODs, only one study provided a potentially more sensitive candidate POD, an HED of 5.2 milligrams per kilogram per day based on a low AL. from a 2-year dietary study of rats. Effects observed at the low AL included a slight statistically significant increase in incidence of spongiosis hepatis and microgranuloma in the liver of male rats. However, several uncertainties reduced our confidence in the findings of the study for use in risk assessment. For example, the low AL is based on a relatively slight increase in incidence of spongiosis hepatis and microgranuloma. And the incidence of microgranuloma was flat across tested doses, while the incidence of spongiosis hepatis was also relatively flat, particularly at the low and mid dose groups. Further reducing our confidence in the findings of the study, spongiosis hepatis and microgranuloma have only been observed in a single study of DIDP and only in male rats at that. There's uncertainty related to the mode of action. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we are proposing to use the non-cancer POD of 9 milligrams per kilogram per day to characterize risk for acute, intermediate, and chronic exposure durations. We considered the POD based on decreased F2 offspring survival, relevant for all durations, because it's unclear as to whether decreased pup survival was due to a single acute exposure during gestation or from repeated exposures during gestation and or the postnatal period. Because both scenarios are plausible, and because repeated dose studies were used to investigate the hazard and the mode of action for DIDP is uncertain, and other studies do not provide a more sensitive or robust endpoint, we considered the non-cancer POD relevant for all exposure durations, including acute, intermediate, and chronic. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we will be transitioning to an overview of cancer human health hazards for DIDP. So DIDP has been evaluated for carcinogenicity in 2 chronic studies, including a 2-year dietary study of F344 rats and a 26-week dietary study of wild type and RAS-H2 mice, which is a transgenic strain of mice overexpressing the human RAS oncogene, making it more susceptible to carcinogenesis. In the 2-year study of Fisher rats, increased incidence of mononuclear cell leukemia, or MNCL, was observed in high-dose rats of both sexes. So MNCL is a spontaneously occurring neoplasm of the hematopoietic system that reduces lifespan. It's one of the most common tumor types occurring at a high background rates in F344 rats. So given the high and variable background rate of MNCL in F344 rats, it's important to consider historical control data, concurrent control data, and time to onset of MNCL to assist in determining whether observed increases in MNCL are treatment related or not. So though survival was significantly reduced in high dose male and female rats, study authors do not report the cause of unscheduled deaths. It's unclear if MNCL was the cause or not. Further, no information on time to onset of MNCL or laboratory historical control data was provided by study authors on lack of this data make it challenging to determine if the increase in MNCL was due to DIDP. It is a source of uncertainty. There is additional uncertainty also related to the human correlate to MNCL in F344 rats. Some researchers have suggested that MNCL shares some characteristics in common with an aggressive natural killer cell leukemia in humans, and that this may be a human correlate. However, in contrast to MNCL, aggressive natural killer cell leukemia in humans is extremely rare and has a viral etiology. And finally, in addition to MNCL, hepatocellular adenomas have also been observed in high-dose male RAS-H2 transgenic mice at 1,500 milligrams per kilogram per day, so at a dose well above the limit dose. However, no significant increase in tumors, liver tumors, was observed in female RAS-H2 mice or wild-type mice of either sex. Next slide, please. Okay, so under the guidelines of carcinogen risk assessment, we have preliminarily concluded that there is suggestive evidence of carcinogenic potential of DIDP in rodents. This preliminary classification is based on the increased incidence of MNCL in male and female F344 rats and hepatocellular adenomas in male transgenic RAS-H2 mice. Also consistent with the cancer guidelines, we did not conduct a cancer dose response or conduct a quantitative cancer risk assessment. Notably, this approach is consistent with other agencies, including US CPSC, Health Canada, NICNAS, and ECA, all of whom also refrained from conducting a cancer dose response assessment or quantitative cancer risk assessment on their assessments of DIDP. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to recap quickly, we are proposing to use a non-cancer POD of 9 milligrams per kilogram per day based on reduced F2 offspring survival to characterize non-cancer risk for acute, intermediate, and chronic exposure durations. We've also preliminarily concluded that there is suggestive evidence of carcinogenic potential of DIDP in rodents based on increased incidence of MNCL in male and female F344 rats and hepatocellular adenomas in male transgenic RAS-H2 mice. And we did not conduct a cancer dose response assessment or quantify DIDP for cancer risk. Notably, again, many of our conclusions and approaches are consistent with other regulatory bodies that have also identified a non-cancer liver and developmental toxicity as sensitive hazards associated with exposure to DIDP, and also did not evaluate DIDP quantitatively for cancer risk. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time and attention. I'm now going to turn things over to my colleague, Yashvin Mahid. Next slide, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Yashvin Mahid, a chemical engineer here in OPPT EC-RAD, and along with my colleague Aaron Murray, we are responsible to conducting the environmental release and occupational exposure assessment for DIDP. Next slide, please. So here in this figure, we can see all the parts of the risk evaluation for DIDP. And the contents related to charge question 1E can be found in section 3 of the draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment for DIDP. Next slide, please. We have used occupational exposure scenarios or OES to conduct both the exposure assessment and environmental release assessment. But for the purposes of this charge question, I will only talk about the use of OES or occupational exposure scenarios used to conduct environmental release assessment. So all the condition of uses in the risk evaluation were mapped to applicable OES based on similar release scenarios expected for the condition of uses. Each OES was developed based on a set of conditions such that similar environmental releases are expected from the use or condition of use covered under the OES. We evaluated environmental releases to air, water, and land for 15 out of the 17 OES assessed in the risk evaluation. We did not quantitatively assess environmental release for the other two OES due to the lack of available process-specific and DIDP-specific data. And all the OES for DIDP can be shown at the bottom of this slide. We also did not identify any release data from available literature sources and used modeling approaches to assess release estimates. We used both fixed input parameters and ranges, and the focus of the charge question 1E, which is production volume, was one of the input parameters that we used for our modeling. Next slide, please. So here on this slide, we can see a pie chart which shows the breakdown of releases among OES for DIDP. And we have used the central tendency values from the output release distribution, which are the 50th percentile, to develop this pie chart. And we can see that manufacturing represents the highest release, followed by import and repackaging. If we use the high-end values from the output release distribution, which is the 95th percentile, we can see a similar trend with manufacturing and import and repackaging accounting for majority of releases. And all the 15 OES for which we calculated releases can be shown are shown below the pie chart. Next slide, please. So to calculate production volumes for the different OES, we used different methods. For example, for manufacturing and import repackaging, we used information from the 2020 CDR directly. For sites which had CBI claims, production volume was estimated by subtracting the known production volumes from the overall national DIDP production volume range in the 2020 CDR, and then dividing by the number of sites which claimed CBI. For other OES, the production volume ranges were estimated using data from both CDR and systematic review. For example, the production volume use percentages from the 2003 EU risk assessment report on DIDP was used to calculate production volume for most of the other OES, and we assume that the end users of DIDP in US is similar to that in Europe. For example, in the EU risk assessment report, it is estimated that about 95.75% of DIDP is used in PVC end users. Therefore, the production volume for PVC plastics compounding and PVC plastics converting was estimated to be 95.75% of the total national production volume from CDR for DIDP. Next slide, please. So to conclude, EPA is using information from the CDR database in combination with sources from literature review, for example, the EU risk assessment report, to estimate production volume for most condition of use for DIDP. We know that the annual production volume from CDR is quite broad, and therefore it introduces uncertainty in the estimation of the true production volumes. Also, ideally, we would have favored to use industry use percentages from the US rather than using industry use percentages from Europe. For more information, you can see the draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment for DIDP. And next, I will pass it to Maiko Arashiro, who is an exposure assessor in our branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahid. Hi, my name is Maiko Arashiro, US EPA, and I will be presenting an overview of the DIDP Environmental Media and General Population Exposure Assessment. Next slide, please. The slides I'll be covering pertain to charge question 1B, and the relevant technical support document for this charge is the Environmental Media and General Population Exposure Assessment technical support document. Next slide, please. So to begin, here's a recap of the TSCA risk assessment considerations as it pertains particularly to exposure, getting from source of exposure through route of exposure. Here, we're showing a general overview relevant for consumers, workers, and the general population. But for the general population exposure, we're focused on the industrial and commercial releases as the source, which our engineer Mahid just did a wonderful job covering. In the following slides, I'll detail how we consider those releases and its impact on environmental media concentration and subsequent exposure to the general population. Next slide, please. When considering general population exposure, we not only look at the environmental releases, but also the fate and physical chemical properties of DIDP to predict where it may end up in our environment. We detail our fate and physical chemical properties in our fate technical support document. But here to the left, I highlight a key finding of our fugacity modeling results, which show the environmental compartments in which DIDP will likely partition to based on the type of release. Given our known releases and this partitioning analysis, we know that DIDP is predominantly expected to be in water, soil, and sediment, given equal releases to the environment, which is why charge question 1B focuses on those compartments. When released to air, DIDP will show strong affinity for absorption to particulate matter and is not likely to exist in the gaseous phase. Next slide, please. With the understanding of where DIDP is likely to be present in the environment based on what I've presented so far, EPA assessed various exposure pathways. For the pathways shown on this slide, EPA quantified exposure to the general population for ambient air and fish ingestion. More specifically, for ambient air, we quantified ingestion and dermal exposure to DIDP in soil resulting from air to soil deposition in a location specifically near the emission site due to DIDP's rapid degradation in the atmosphere and not expecting long-range transport. We did not quantify inhalation to gaseous phase DIDP due to not expecting DIDP in gaseous phase due to the partitioning analysis. Based on the potential for DIDP to be in fish tissue through uptake from water and sediment, and finding monitoring studies measuring DIDP in fish tissue concentration, EPA assessed fish ingestion, specifically for tribal populations who have a higher consumption of fish. All methodologies to assess these exposures have been utilized in prior risk evaluations and reviewed by the SAC. For biosolids and landfills, we did not quantify any exposure because of the limited persistence potential and mobility of DIDP in soils. Next slide, please. A continuation of the previous slide. For surface water, EPA assessed dermal and incidental ingestion of DIDP during swimming in potentially contaminated waters. Additionally, we looked at ingestion of drinking water. These assessments were based on the potential for DIDP to be in water from TSCA releases and monitoring studies, albeit limited, that have detected DIDP in water. Next slide, please. For the assessment of general population exposure, we took a screening level approach. We took this approach because we had little location or scenario-specific information for DIDP exposure to the general population. In a screening level approach, we rely on conservative assumptions to estimate exposures likely to be on the high end of the exposure distribution. We assessed high-end exposures by utilizing high-end inputs, which included using the highest media concentrations modeled from our industrial and commercial releases, and considering the highest potentially exposed population, which is based on the highest intake by life stage. In other words, highest intake by body weight based off of exposure factors. And also consideration of lifestyle, such as tribal populations who consume a greater amount of fish. If using our high-end exposure estimates, we did not see risk, we did not proceed to refine our assessments. Next slide, please. To give a quick overview of what yielded a high-end exposure scenario, here is this table to show that for each exposure pathway, different occupational exposure scenarios, so shown in the first column, yielded high-end environmental concentrations for different media types. So here, PVC plastic compounding yielded the highest soil concentrations from air to soil deposition, whereas releases from use of lubricants and functional fluids led to the greatest surface water concentrations. You can also see here that based on different exposure factors, the most exposed life stage, shown in that third column, varied across pathways. Surface water here is a good example to show that in a swimming scenario, an adult has greater skin surface area for greater dermal exposure, but youth have a higher ingestion rate per body weight for greater incidental ingestion exposure. Exposure factors used for analysis are presented in the environmental media and general population technical support document. Next slide, please. As mentioned in our charge question 1B, we really want to bring focus to our surface water assessment. In the screening approach, using our generic scenarios to assess surface water, we evaluated high-end releases from conditions of use with greatest release to surface water, pairing that with low flow assumptions. Again, to mention here that for the generic scenario, we did not have location-based information for our releases. We modeled using point source calculator to include partitioning to sediment. We applied standard receiving water body geometry and characteristics, derived flow from distributions of receiving water bodies from facilities with relevant NAICS codes. I'll speak on the low flow we utilized in the following slide. We presented multiple treatment scenarios, which included with and without wastewater treatment and with and without drinking water treatment. The resulting modeled concentrations from screening analysis were much higher than the expected concentrations from actual releases. And if no risk was identified at the screening level, once again, no refinements were conducted. Next slide, please. Now we'll look more closely into how we analyze the flow rate utilized for our screening level analysis for our generic scenarios. Again, not having individual releasing facility data, we followed established methods from previous risk evaluations, utilizing generic distributions of flows we derived from NAICS codes. So here on the right, we show the distribution of our combined plant effluent and receiving water body model flow. We assumed mean facility effluent rate from NAICS codes to be included in the combined flow. So you can see here that it's very skewed with greater numbers of facilities with lower combined flows to the left, but a few that have very large flows sort of on that right-hand tail. So for our conservative assumptions, we utilize the median flow, which we show here with the dotted line, which you can actually see ends up being our low flow scenario. So in short, we combine a high release with a low flow to yield a high surface water concentration used for our screening level analysis. In the case that we needed to refine our assessment for our screening level analysis, we would have moved to a higher percentile flow as our next refinement step, essentially moving to a higher flow to be paired with our high releases to be more representative of realistic scenarios under the assumption that high releases would not be discharged to receiving water bodies with such low flows. Again, with the reminder that we had no facility-specific data and also very limited water monitoring data. This is where we seek input on refinement as asked in charge question 1B. Next slide, please. In conclusion, EPA used a screening level approach to assess general population exposure by using high-end environmental media concentration and considering populations with higher intake. For estimating surface water concentrations, EPA relied on a low flow value derived from a generic distribution of flow values paired with a high-end release loading. In line with EPA's findings, prior assessments have not identified the exposure scenarios that were assessed for the general population as contributing highly to exposure. Finally, EPA did not refine its assessment if there was no risk, but is still seeking input in charge question 1B for refinement considerations, particularly in regards to flow assumptions. For more information on how environmental media and the general population exposure assessment was conducted, please see the technical support document that's linked here. Thank you. And now I'll move over and hand it over to my colleague, Laura Karnavik.
Good morning. My name is Laura Karnavik. I'm the exposure assessor leading the consumer indoor dust exposure assessment. Next slide, please. In this slide, we have the charge question relating to the indoor dust assessment, consumer and indoor dust assessment, and the reference documents and the active link. In the picture below, you have the consumer and indoor dust exposure assessment and the documents that for your review, specifically the draft risk evaluation and the technical support document, TSD. Next slide, please. The consumer and indoor dust exposure analysis main considerations are in this slide, starting with the life stages and the designated labels and the age groups. We also consider users and bystanders, where the bystanders are people that are not in direct use or application of the product, but are exposed via inhalation by proximity to the use of the product. Excuse me. We also consider use intensity high, medium, and low exposure scenarios, where this captures a range of use pattern options regarding durations of use, frequencies of use, mouthing behaviors, numbers of items, surface area, a number of other parameters that we use. We also assess 3 exposure durations, specifically acute, intermediate, and chronic, where acute covers the exposures in 1 day. Intermediate covers exposures in a 30-day period, roughly a month, and chronic covers the exposures in 1 year. Next slide, please. In this slide, we have the main steps in performing the consumer exposure assessment in the left side of the table. And on the right side of the table, we have the approach that we use to accomplish each one of these steps. We start with identifying and mapping the products and articles to each COU and identifying evidence that supports the inclusion of the chemical in these products. Once we have that information, we compile information how the products are used using online searches and manufacturer product use instructions. Once we have this information, then we can identify targeted populations, and we also can identify the exposure routes that are applicable to these uses. Once we have that information, we also identify data gaps, for example, for dermal exposures or mouthing exposures, and we can also make then approaches in how we are going to fill in these data gaps. And this is the most pivotal part of the steps that is related to the charge questions that you're addressing today. Once we do the selection, we can parameterize the model. In this case, we selected the CEM model, consumer exposure model, and then we run the model and we obtain the results. Next slide, please. The indoor dust assessment was done using consumer exposure modeling data and results for articles that are commonly found in indoor environments with large surface areas to collect the dust. Specifically in this assessment and future assessments, we'll use large surface areas larger than 1 square meter. In the documents, we have a comparison of the indoor and of the modeling and monitoring consumer indoor dust assessments for your review. Important part here is that the articles, the data, the assumptions, how we use the data are important for us to obtain comments and review from you. In the next few slides, we'll go into more details on these assumptions. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yes, I will. Sorry about that. The assumptions for suspended and surface dust, inhalation, and ingestion. The key parameters that control the emission rates for the articles in the CEM model are weight fractions, density, article surface layer thickness, article surface area, and any increases in these parameters would result in increases in emissions and therefore greater exposure. So it's important for us to understand these assumptions and the data that we're using. For example, in weight fractions, we preferred using data from SDSs and completed assessments. And lastly, from the CDR. That is because the CDR, for consumers specifically, they don't report the concentrations on finished products. So there's considerable uncertainties when using CDR information. For density, we use the material density for PVC, the standard value for PVC, rather than making assumptions and estimates for each article. The article surface layer thickness, we use the CEM value, 0.01 centimeters, for scenarios with emissions from the same or similar solid material. This is in agreement with what we did with density. The article surface area, we made different assumptions for each article, and the next few slides will cover those. Next slide, please. The assumptions for suspended and surface dust surface area. These are the assumptions done on the surface area. Specifically, we're going to start with fluorine materials, vinyl specifically. We assume that the material was used in 150 and 25% of the total floor space. We use the CEM default value for the whole house volume and assume ceiling heights of 8 feet, which is also in CEM default value. For surface areas of wallpapers, we found a medium value from the exposure handbook, factors handbook, and then we scaled to 250 square meters for the high and low exposure scenarios based on a professional judgment. The surface area for textiles, foam, furniture, components were assumed to be the same across these articles. For each scenario, we assumed the presence of a couch and a love seat in the indoor environment. And for the low, medium, and high exposure scenarios, we obtained standard sizes available from an online search on furniture retail stores on the descriptions on the dimensions of these articles. Next slide, please. For children toys and wire insulation, we model them as collectives, as one item would have been too small and not go over our threshold of 1 square meter that we spoke before. And also because consumers tend to have multiple of these items in the indoor environment. For wire insulation, we use a typical circumference of wire insulation for wire insulation cords and a typical length cord of 2 meters. That part is a professional judgment. We estimated the number of items in an indoor environment for a 1, a 2, and a 6-person household. And then we calculated the surface area from these various estimates and assumptions. For children toys, we had a similar approach. For the low, medium, and high intensity use, we estimated the number of items and the dimensions of the items. For the low intensity use, we estimated 5 small toys with the dimensions of 15 by 10 by 5 centimeters. For medium, we estimated 20 toys measuring 20 by 15 by 8 centimeters. And for the high intensity use, we estimated 30 large toys measuring 30 by 25 by 15. For shower curtains, it was a little more straightforward. There's less variability for these items. We perform an online search of various manufacturers and retails. We found the dimensions were fairly stable. So we calculated the surface area and we calculated it for the 2 sites that are both available to collect dust. Next slide, please. The next assumption goes to specifically to the path exposure route of ingestion via mouthing. And we're specifically seeking input with what we did to select the chemical migration rate. Quickly, to calculate exposure via mouthing, the key parameters in these calculations are chemical migration rate, the surface area mouth, and the duration of mouthing. For the chemical migration specifically, this parameter depends on several factors. the physicochemical properties of the article polymer matrix, the phthalate concentration in the polymer, and the physical mechanisms during mouthing, for example, sucking, chewing, biting, etc. And the makeup of the saliva itself as well. So all of these factors add considerable variability to the chemical migration rate. So what we did is we identified a reference, the Denmark Environmental Protection Agency 2016 review study. They gathered 87 values from 4 studies that put together, and they split the information in a range of minimum, average, and maximum for various styles of mouthing, which they assigned the terms of mild, medium, and harsh. Because there was no clear correlation between the weight fraction of the DIDP and the chemical migration rates, we decided to use the mean, the average, published by these studies, and the idea that it would be representative and capture a range of chemical migration rates. And the ones in the square and the table are the ones used in the risk evaluation. Next slide, please. In conclusion, EPA is seeking input regarding charge question 1A, dealing with data, the methods, the assumptions used in the consumer and indoor exposure assessments. EPA identified CEM as an appropriate tool to perform the modeling for the multiple life stages that we identified using the fit-for-purpose input parameters and model defaults that I covered. Specifically, as a summary, the use of weight fractions and the sources, preferably SDSs, and completed assessments and any other sources where they had actually performed product testing. And ultimately, the CDR. The use of the PVC density value rather than product-specific approximations. The use of the surface thickness default from CEM. The use of specific surface areas based on multiple assumptions depending on the articles, and the sources of those assumptions came from manufacturer descriptions and exposure handbook, exposure factors handbook. And ultimately for the ingestion via mouthing, the use of the Denmark Environmental Protection Agency 2016 review study for the use of the chemical migration rate values. All this information is well explained in the technical support document, and the active link is in this slide. Next slide, please. I thank you all for your attention. I think this opens the floor now for questions on this part 2. I think part 1 as well.
So thank you, and we will. This is George Cobb speaking. We will turn this back over to the committee members for questions, and I see Dr. Chasen has a question.
Thank you, and thank you to the EPA presenters. That was excellent. I have basically 2 questions. The first one for the first presentation. It was mentioned in the presentation and also in the documents more than once that the review by the agency was requested by a stakeholder, which is brings up sort of a question in my mind, at least, is to, I don't know anything about the procedure, by the way, so that these may be elementary questions, but they brought up the idea of, is there any difference between the government initiated review versus a stakeholder initiated review in terms of who's expected, or what are the expectations around the completeness of the information that you have to work with or the data that is provided? And is there any difference subsequently on how data gaps are expected to be filled or important information that you unearth during the review is who gets to look for that information or provide it. And on that, particularly since we as a committee were asked to take a look at the existing data and EPA's classification, if you will, on the quality and completeness or confidence in that data. Are there differences that the agency or the SAC should consider depending upon whether or not the review was initiated by a stakeholder? It doesn't have to be industry, it could be any stakeholder or EPA. And are there, basically I'm asking whether the SAC should be being more particular, if you will, about what level of certainty the agency should be expecting to have when making the statement that the databases were complete enough to reach a decision. So that's basically my first question. Do you want to, I have another completely different topic I want to ask a question about, but Dr. Cobb, should I just stop there and let the agency answer that?
Yeah, I think letting the agency respond is good.
Hi, Dr. Chason. Thanks for that question. I think the short answer to your question is the manufacturer requested chemicals and those risk evaluations and the EPA initiated risk evaluations. The chemicals undergoing those evaluations, they have to be conducted in the same manner and be treated, the same way. So we have to use, reasonably available information. We have to make decisions in a transparent manner using the best available science and draw conclusions based on the weight of scientific evidence, in both cases. I did hear you mention data gaps. So maybe that is, one slight difference. For the manufacturer requested risk evaluations, we can't issue test orders, whereas, for the EPA initiated risk evaluations, that is, on the table and is something we can consider. I'll stop there. I know we have a number of senior science advisors, so I don't know if Dr. Eisenreich, Dr. Watt want to anything to that.
Can I make sure I understood you? So if the agency finds a data gap on an agency initiated review, you can request more data. Is that right? But if the industry requested the review and you find that data gap, you can't issue a request for the data. Did I hear that correctly?
Sorry, give us 1 second to respond. Hey, Dr. Chason, this is Tony Luz again with EPA. You are right. So issuing test orders is on the table for the EPA initiated risk evaluations. It's not on the table for the manufacturer requested, but before EPA accepts the request, we have to make a determination whether or not we think there's enough data to conduct the evaluation.
Okay, thank you for that.
Dr. Cobb. Yeah, I would like to add to this. This is Karen Eisenreich of the EPA. So one of the things that we have to consider when putting out test orders when we can for our high priority substances is the timing. We have the 3 to 3.5 years to conduct a risk evaluation. So when we identify data gaps, if we identify data gaps within that 3 to 3.5 years that we're conducting risk evaluation, it becomes very difficult to issue test orders that we can get the data back within that timing. So we are moving to trying to identify data gaps earlier in the process. So if we need to issue test orders we can to fill those data gaps and get that data back in time to use in our risk evaluations. For the manufacturer requested risk evaluations, it is correct that we review the information that the request submits to us and make sure that that we have the information that we need to conduct the risk evaluation. So once we start the risk evaluation, we don't go back and require test orders for additional information.
Thank you. Hey, Marianne, I see your hand up, but I have a follow-up here for either of the EPA answers. So there is the opportunity to suggest that more information is needed before the request is granted. Is that for expedited review? Is that correct?
This is Anthony Luz with EPA. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. And I thought that was what the answer was given. I wanted to make sure it was clear. Dr. Ottinger.
I have a quick question, I think, following up more along the lines of what Dr. Eisenreich was talking about, and that is that I found myself going to the literature and seeing quite a bit of information on DEHP and wondered if you if that figured into some of the models when you're talking about a polymer matrix and how that then affects, for example, the toys and the things that are mouthed and how that would be used. I'm more curious about mechanisms of action, which seems to be somewhat lacking for DIDP.
Hi, this is Laura Karnavik, working on the consumer exposure assessment. I think you referred to the comment during my presentation on looking into the variability that could come from the variability of how the products are made.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's one of those relatively large sources of uncertainty in the modeling. That's why we do try to obtain weight fractions and the understanding of how the products are used and made and how the chemical is incorporated into the products. To the best of our knowledge, we do try that in the beginnings of building the scenarios to kind of understand how do we make assumptions about our modeling approaches to dermal and mouthing, as I presented. So all those considerations are there. Some of it is very well described in the technical support document. Lack of time and space here. I can't go through the details, but they're pretty well explained there. The sources of uncertainty and the level of understanding for the specific chemical, the DIDP. As to using DHP, sometimes we can use that as an understanding to kind of understand how other phthalates are used, but there are differences in how the phthalates are incorporated into products. So we do have to try to stick with the phthalate that we're addressing in the moment. Yes,
Thank you.
there are differences.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Okay, Dr. Wolf.
There we go. Yeah, I have two questions that are actually unrelated to each other, if I may. The first one was comment around no unreasonable risk, and I think we've had this discussion, but can you provide us some context on the definition of unreasonable? Because, sometimes that's in the eye of the beholder. And I think for us to really help the agency, whether it's a mitigation strategy or human relevance or whatever, how are you, and the focus being on margin of exposure, how are you trying to define the context of unreasonable? That's anybody.
So, Anna Loa, Senior Science Advisor, for PPT. So a couple of things, Dr. Wolf. How we make determinations of the interpretation of whether it's margins of exposure or other metrics of risk, and how those are brought into the risk determination is outside of the scope of the SAC. The risk determination is outside of the science realm and in the policy realm. So I guess if there's a way to maybe restate your question that asks a more scientific question, that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll think about that.
Okay.
So, but actually, that actually is sufficient, because if it's policy, then we can just provide the scientific input, and then you can do the policy. That's fine with me. So the other question I have is around the exposure. So as I remember from, and maybe I'm misremembering the formaldehyde discussions we had at the previous SAC meeting, some of the source contributions for exposure assessment, it seems like for this discussion, it's a bit more expansive and a more holistic approach. And so is the agency moving to that more holistic approach? Because some of the things like toys and some other sources were off the table, it seemed, unless I'm misremembering that, George, from for formaldehyde.
I think you're right.
Is this approach a case by case, which is fine, or are you, because these were done at different times and on different timescales, are you moving toward this more holistic approach of expansive exposure determination?
Hi, this is Laura. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hi, yeah, Laura Kernavik. Just addressing that, we have the COUs, and we identify products and articles that are appropriate for each COU. And for each one of those, we have various scenarios that can represent the various use patterns. And that is applicable to phthalates and across the phthalates. So the methods that we're selecting for this one are the ones that we're addressing and concentrating on. Anna, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I was going to say the exact same thing. Thanks, Laura. But I think the formaldehyde exposure assessment is really complicated because there are different parts of EPA who regulate different parts of formaldehyde. And so the TSCA assessment is evaluated by the SAC, focused on those things that are within the bounds of TSCA. And some of the things that the SAC had talked about were outside of the TSCA, in the TSCA realm. So I can see how maybe in certain circumstances there might be that lack of confusion. And if, it's certainly within your bounds to point out those places where you think we're being inconsistent, so we can look at those internally. But Laura is 100% right. For each risk evaluation, as part of the process, we evaluate those COUs and get public comment on those COUs as they apply to that particular chemical, or in this case, broader to the phthalates. But that's the only thing I would add.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll also point out, it seems that the agency, this is George Cobb speaking, it seems that the EPA is taking into consideration some of the things that the SAC recommended when we looked at aggregate exposures with phthalates. And I think, Doug, that's probably why you're seeing some of the more holistic evaluation, is that it's in response to what was suggested in that risk evaluation. So next we have Dr. Fenner-Crisp.
I have a question specifically to the DIDP cancer assessment. summarized on the slide in the document is the transgenic mouse study. And noted properly that the limit dose had been exceeded in that, but I'm curious to know, and I didn't see anything either in the risk evaluation or summary or any place. Two things. What was the rationale for the selection of that dose, single dose to be used? And were there any indications in the paper results that would indicate that that dose exceeded the maximum tolerated dose?
Dr. Fenner-Crisp, Anthony Laws with EPA here. If it's all right with you, I need to go back and take a look at that study before I can respond to that.
Okay, well, we won't be taking up that charge question till I guess Thursday, is it? So it would be useful to have that information when we do start that discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Dr. Fanning.
Hi, thank you. And thanks to the EPA staff for those presentations. They're very helpful. I do have a couple of questions on the consumer product exposures, just for clarification. The first question is just to make sure I understand that only residential exposure and use scenarios were computed. And I just wanted to ask whether other use scenarios were considered or would be considered. So that's the first question. And I think my second question is fairly related. So I'll just go ahead with that. Some of the conditions of use for the phthalates are quite broad. For example, plastic products. So we have just a large number of potential articles and products that could be chosen to kind of represent those conditions of use in the consumer modeling. So I would like to understand just a little better how EPA evaluated that body of products to really choose the representative ones to ensure that we have captured the whole range of the exposure distribution to people. Thanks.
Hi, this is Laura Karnavik. Let me address first the first one with the residential. So it does seem like it's mainly residential. A lot of these products are in larger amounts in residences, or the amount of time that people spend in those indoor environments are larger than other places. So we made the approach of making a more of a screening approach. If the larger exposure scenario would result in any risk, then we would further investigate any other potential locations. So that's one of the reasons why residential seems to be the target, but it's not unique. We do have potentially places where certain products are used, like gyms, where there are more public spaces. Those were, I think I'm getting off the DIDP, it's possible, because I have all the phthalates mixed. The DIDP may not have had that scenario, but it will be considered just for your peace of mind. In terms of selecting the product, does that answer your first question, or is there further questions there?
Yeah, I think that's very helpful. There are a couple of other location-specific scenarios that came to my mind during reading, but we can hold on those. So thank you for the general answer.
There's also inside certain products that can be found inside cars. We also looked into, I think it was car mats. We looked at those specifically. And I think in the potentially ability to find monitoring data in non-residential places, we would have identified it and put it out there for people to see it. Other phthalates will have that information, but the DIDP did not. So that's another data gap there for the monitoring part when we do that comparison, which is why we did the comparison mainly for residential. That's the available data that we have. Yeah. So
okay, and that's very helpful because we were asked to look at these exposure methods with an eye toward how would they apply to DINP, to the other priority phthalates. And so we don't see your work in the background on other locations and these kind of specific scenarios in this document, which makes it very hard to review the appropriateness of the methodology for all the phthalates. I just want to point that out. So thank you.
yeah, I don't think DIDP had inside cars and vehicles had other possible potentials for that scenario. So yes, we are including it in other phthalates. Yes. For the second question you had in terms of how we are sure that we have all the possible, it's a daunting job. I won't say it's not. So there's various steps there. I think in summarizing, that first step is identifying the products and the articles that are representative of the COU. We looked at SDSs, and they have to actively identify the chemical, the DIDP in this case. We start with the CDR as a way of guidance in terms of where they are reporting that they have used this chemical, but the CDR doesn't commonly report on the final products and the concentration of DIDP in the final products. So that's a starting point. And then from there on, we do in-depth searches in databases, completed assessments and publications where they have actually made product testing, and they have identified the chemical and have measured it and provided a concentration. So we do that, and that helps identify them. So when you see plastics in the COU and we have identified the products within them, we have identified the presence of the chemical in those products.
Thank you.
And that's specified in the technical support document, section 2, somewhere in there.
Thank you very much.
See, Dr. Chason has her hand up.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. I wanted to sort of, my second question that I was referring to earlier was really along the lines that we just heard, and I was wondering if it's possible for EPA in the the next day or so to give us a very brief outline on two things that have to do with the other phthalates that we're considering. This was an issue I know for me, and when I started trying to do my own tally of what should be considered for the exposure assessment, that relies really on two key points. The first being, what are the different COUs that are going to be at least the obvious ones to EPA that need to be considered? And the second is, what are the key differences in the hazard metrics that will likely drive the risk paradigm for the other phthalates, just as we have the non-cancer POD or the cancer or, other endocrine effects or whatever. If we can just get a really brief hand of what we might be looking at, might be is underscored, so that we can offer the advice that is in question 1A5 and 1B4 with a little more focus. So I don't know if that's possible, but it was sort of a heroic challenge to be able to just quickly look that kind of stuff up. And also, well, I'll leave it at that, but thank you very much for the opportunity for the question.
I see Dr. Lowett has appeared on their screen.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Cobb. Anna Lowett, Science Advisor. So thanks for the question, Dr. Chasen. Let me get with the team either this afternoon or at lunch on your question on the COUs and the extent to which the existing public information from what we call the scope documents will help. But on the hazard information, I will respectfully say no, because mostly we're still working on those. And we haven't made our determinations, and they're, certainly not publicly accessible at this point because we're still actively doing that work. Even this week, we're doing that work offline. So I have to say no on the hazard, but we'll get back to you later in the afternoon on what we can do on the COUs.
Thank you, Dr. Lowett. I really appreciate anything you could do.
And let me offer a little bit of perhaps breather for the EPA. We're scheduled to take that question tomorrow afternoon. And so if you need until just before or just after noon tomorrow to pull together whatever response to Dr. Chasen's question, that'll fit right into our schedule.
That works. I mean, the COUs are very similar across, okay. And the scopes should be publicly accessible, but it's also unfair to ask people to fiddle through 1,000, probably what's 1,000 pages in a short period of time. Let me huddle with my team and see what we can do to help. And it may not be much more than the scopes, but we'll try.
That would be helpful. Thank you very much. So are there other questions from the committee about the presentations we saw today? I do have a couple. And going back to the last presentation, were pet toys considered in the ingestion or inhalation contributions? And if so, does EPA, if not, does EPA think that they would have been important contributors or changed the outcome?
Thank you for that question, Laura Karnavik, Consumer and Indoor Exposure Assessment Lead. The question is, so I rephrase it again, for the toys, if we had considered in addition to inhalation of their exposure routes? Were
pet toys and accessories actually for dogs and cats?
Oh, sorry. Pet toys. I think we have not specifically pet toys. We have children toys. They have the large, probably compared to pet toys, probably larger times of exposure. Kids are playing with them for a longer amount of time and longer durations. In terms of, you want to know if there's exposures to animals or to people?
People.
Okay. So pet toys were not identified in the DIDP, one of the example products.
So that the reason I ask is the concentrations of phthalates in those kinds of materials may be actually a fair amount higher than for children's toys. And a toddler does not care what they put in their mouth. And if it's squishy and the puppies play with it, they might want to play with it too. The other thing is some unpublished data that some of our students collected in the past was chemicals with similar properties to these phthalates that are pesticides turned out to be some of the highest concentration chemicals in carpet dusts, and it was the chemicals that were in flea and tick collars and that kind of thing were some of the highest concentration compounds in carpet dust. So chemicals of this kind of volatility could very easily be coming from these types of sources. That's the genesis of that question. And I see Dr. Fanning thank you for the answer. I think that answered my question. Dr. Fanning has a question.
Thank you. Dr. Cobb's question just reminded me of another of the exposure questions I had, which is, does the consumer exposure model allow for carpeting as a sink and reservoir for dust in homes, or does the model assume hard flooring? I know we had hard flooring as a product, but I'm wondering about the role of carpeting.
Yes, this is Laura Panave. For carpeting, we can do that. And we will be doing that. Some of our phthalates will be having that COU. And then the model does allow for it. There are different approaches in doing that. It's very similar to flooring, other than the amount of dust that does collect in it. The surface areas and the coverage in an indoor environment. However, I think we will use the same surface area coverage to compare them. And also the concentrations found in each one of these products are different.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't specifically referring to carpet as a article for COU. I meant as a component of the household of the model that can entrap dust and change the way that dust moves through the compartments in the modeling system. That's kind of what I was getting at.
I think for that kind of modeling, the way we did it is the presence of the dust on the surface of the article. So it wasn't done as an whole in the entire house, in terms of the house is covered with all of this like furniture's only presence on the furniture, the dust. So then you would have the dust that covers that surface in that location. So we're just looking at how much is collected on that surface and how much of that surface becomes available for inhalation, rather than looking at the surface of the whole house, unless we're looking at the carpet or the actual flooring. Does that make sense? We try to separate the surface areas so we can make the assessment specific to that article and that surface area. So the couch, for example, it's a surface area that is different from the whole flooring. So you're asking how the whole flooring affects the indoor assessment, but we're looking at each one of them separately as a source of dust, rather than doing it as in a collective of all of these things together. We do a comparison of the aggregate of all of them, and that's available in the documents as well. But when we go by COU, we go by article and by scenario. So that would be the individual article and the contribution of that individual article to exposures.
Okay, thank you. I'll give it a think.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll follow up. That does mean the aggregate exposure is really important. That's a great question, and thank you for that answer as well. I see Dr. Lee has a question.
Good morning, this is Lily speaking. So I just have a follow-up question about the dust contamination. So just to double check if I understand this correctly. So you just focus on the dust on the product or article surfaces, because you assume that part of dust is more contaminated than the dust found on the flooring, on the carpet. So that's why you focus on the dust on the surface only. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. This is Laura Pernave. I think this is related to the last conversation. So for the dust, we do have an aggregate where we collect all of the articles that are potentially found in indoor environments. Then we calculate an aggregate and we compare that to the monitoring, which is also an aggregate of all the contributions of dust and the chemical into dust for the indoor environment. But for the calculations of further on, for risk calculations and the ultimate goal of determining risk, we do it per COU. So then we calculate the dust on that surface on its own. So each article has their own dust contribution. So it'll be just the dust that can collect on that surface.
Okay, and that means you do the modeling separately for the dust on the surface and the aggregate exposure, right?
Yes, we do first the unique articles and then we do the aggregate.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
I actually have another follow-up because now I'm wondering, so if the dust from our couch, right, if it's shedding particles, it's abrading, pieces of its DIDP coating are coming off and contributing to house dust generally, then isn't my exposure as I walk through the living room to any suspended dust that is in the space? So, and again, maybe we're taking too much of the group airtime on a very exposure specific question, but if there's a short answer to that, I appreciate it. If not, we can pursue in another way.
I can do this shortly. For the purpose of it, we do have to do this by COU. So for COU, we identify the articles, and then we do this per COU per article, just so we can address the specific COU contributions to risk. Then the aggregate is performed to kind of provide an idea of what you just asked. The contribution of all of these sources into the indoor environment. In addition, we compare it to monitoring data that also provides all the contributions, all the sources that are available in the indoor environment, and compare it. So we can talk about the difference between the modeling and the monitoring, and then talk about the differences, because there are quite a huge, large differences between monitoring and modeling when we do the aggregate, and we try to put it together as a whole. I hope that was a fast way to show
It's
it.
very helpful. I really do appreciate your time on these. Thank you.
Hey, are there other questions from the committee? If not, I think it's about time for a lunch break. And one thing I'd like to say before lunch is, as we discussed in the charge question clarifications, there are some topics about risk assessment, the risk assessment for DINP, that we will probably cover in our charge question responses for the questions that have been asked, but we may need to revisit that at the end of the DIDP charge questions before we move into DINP. And I did not want that to catch the agency presenters off guard or anything like that. So that's probably a slight change in the agenda that's not written there. So with that, I think I'll turn it back over to our designated federal official, Allah Kamal. Allah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So as George was saying, we can go on a lunch break now, and we meet after 1 hour. So it will be like about 1:15, 1:20, 20 minutes, 1 hour from now. Thank you very much, and see you later.
That's great. Yeah, let's reconvene at 1:20.
1:20. Okay, great.
heard and will, is the Zoom meeting, is there a pause in the recording or not? Because if not, I need to talk to you elsewhere.
No, there's not a pause in the recording. You can call me.
Okay, I'll call you on your phone.
Okay.
Hello, hello, is everyone back now? George, are you back?
I am back.
All right, great. We can continue. We want to start with the roll?
Certainly. Let me get that pulled up. Got too many windows open. Okay, here we are. So, Dr. Apte.
Present.
Baker.
Here.
Dr. Chason.
Present.
Dr. Ike. Okay, Dr. Gentry.
Present.
And Dr. Graham.
In here.
Dr. Heiger Bernays.
Present.
Ms. Jenkins.
Present.
All right. Dr. Lee.
Present.
Dr. Merced Nieves.
Present.
Dr. Ottinger.
Present.
Dr. Prisbilla.
Present.
Dr. Rife.
Present.
Dr. David.
Present.
Dr. Fanning.
Present.
Dr. Fenner Crisp.
Present.
Dr. Hideshell.
Present.
Dr. Martinez.
Present.
Dr. Schumann Goodyear.
Present.
Dr. Spade.
Present.
And Dr. Wolf.
Here.
Okay. I think, was Dr. Ike here? We have quorum regardless. So let's proceed. And before we start with the EPA's next presentation, which would be presentation 3, want to circle back and see if any questions came up from the committee related to the presentations that were provided earlier today. Okay, if there are none, then we're going to look at the DINP Human Health Assessment, and Dr. Lutz is going to provide that for us.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch break. Again, my name is Anthony Luz with EPA, and I'll now be giving an overview of DINP human health hazards. Next slide, please. Okay, so for this portion of the presentation, I'm going to start with an overview of DINP non-cancer human health hazards, which provide information relevant primarily to DINP charge questions 2A and 2B. And then I'll give an overview of DINP cancer human health hazards, which will provide information relevant primarily to DINP charge questions 2C through 2E. Next slide, please. All right, let's jump right into the DINP non-cancer human health hazard overview. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide shows the DINP risk evaluation document map. For this portion of the presentation, I'll be providing an overview of non-cancer human health hazards. Again, this primarily will contain information pertaining to charge questions 2A and 2B, and to a lesser extent 2E. Also, I'd like to note here that the DINP non-cancer human health hazard assessment technical support document is the primary document that provides information pertaining to this portion of the charge. Next slide, please. Okay, similar to DIDP, DINP is a well-studied phthalate with numerous short-term, subchronic, and chronic oral exposure studies conducted in multiple species, including mice, rats, beagle dogs, and monkeys. Further, the developmental and reproductive effects of DINP have been investigated in 1 and 2 generation studies of reproduction that adhere to relevant EPA guidelines, as well as numerous gestational and perinatal oral exposure studies of rats and mice, many of which have focused on examination of effects on the developing male reproductive system. Also similar to DIDP, there are no dermal or inhalation studies of DINP relevant for dose response or for deriving non-cancer toxicity values. Therefore, we are proposing to use the oral non-cancer points of departure to assess risk for the dermal and inhalation routes. Next slide, please. Okay, across available studies, the 2 most sensitive non-cancer hazards identified by EPA were liver and developmental toxicity, which again is consistent with the conclusions of other regulatory and authoritative agencies such as US CPSC, NTP, Health Canada, EPA, and others. In the liver, across available studies, spectrum of effects have been observed, many of which are consistent with activation of nuclear receptors, such as peroxisome proliferator activator receptor alpha, or PPAR alpha. Observed effects include increases in relative liver weights and hepatocellular hypertrophy, and with longer duration exposures, evidence of adversity can be observed, including increases in serum chemistry markers of liver toxicity, such as serum ALT and AST, as well as histopathology, such as necrosis, spongitis hepatis, and formation of hepatocellular tumors. In contrast to DIDP, which did not show evidence of anti-androgenic effects on the developing male reproductive system, exposure to DINP does induce effects on the developing male reproductive system consistent with the disruption of androgen action and development of phthalate syndrome. Notably, EPA has previously concluded that DEHP, DDP, DDP, DIDP, DCHP, and DINP are toxicologically similar and induce effects on the developing male reproductive system consistent with phthalate syndrome. Importantly, SAC previously reviewed and supported this conclusion during the May 2023 peer review of EPA's draft proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment of phthalates. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide summarizes the non-cancer POD selected for DINP that is being proposed to be used to characterize risk from acute and intermediate duration exposures. For this POD, we have preliminarily selected a BMDL5 of 49 milligrams per kilogram per day based on reduced fetal testicular testosterone. So this BMDL5 was derived by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine based on meta-analysis and BMD modeling of rat fetal testicular testosterone data from 2 medium quality studies. Next, the non-cancer BMDL5 of 49 milligrams per kilogram per day was converted to a human equivalent dose, or HED, of 12 milligrams per kilogram per day using allometric body weight scaling to the 3/4 power. And finally, for the benchmark margin of exposure, total uncertainty factor of 30 was selected based on use of an intraspecies uncertainty factor, or UFH, of 10 and an interspecies uncertainty factor, or UFA, of 3, which was reduced from a value of 10 to 3 because 3/4 body weight scaling was used to derive the HED. Next slide, please. Okay. Overall, we have robust confidence in the selected acute and intermediate POD, and several lines of scientific evidence support our decision in the selected POD. First, it's important to note again that we previously concluded that DINP is toxicologically similar to phthalate diesters such as DEHP and can induce effects on the developing male reproductive system consistent with the disruption of androgen action and development of phthalate syndrome. Again, this conclusion was supported by SAC during the previous peer review meeting, and our conclusion is consistent with how other regulatory bodies have characterized DINP, including agencies such as US CPSC and Health Canada and others. So our conclusion is based on evidence that oral exposure to DINP during the critical window of development in rats can consistently and dose-dependently reduce mRNA expression of genes involved in cholesterol transport and steroidogenesis in the fetal testis, as well as reduce fetal testis testosterone content and or ex vivo testosterone production in rats. Additionally, exposure to DINP can cause increases in Leydig cell aggregation, increased incidence of mononucleated gonocytes, and decreased sperm motility in adult rats, and reduced male offspring anogenital distance and increased male offspring nipple retention. Also as discussed throughout our proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment of phthalates under TSCA and in the current DINP non-cancer technical support documents, we acknowledge that DINP is a less potent antiandrogen compared to other phthalate diesters being evaluated under TSCA, and certain apical outcomes associated with phthalate syndrome, such as reduced male pup anogenital distance or increased male pup nipple retention, are observed less consistently across available studies. Regardless, this observation is consistent with DINP being a less potent antiandrogen compared to other phthalates. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we are proposing to use the non-cancer POD of 12 milligrams per kilogram per day based on reduced fetal testicular testosterone to characterize risk for acute and intermediate durations of exposure. Although no studies are available for DINP that have evaluated effects on the developing male reproductive system following a single acute exposure during the critical window of development, studies are available for the toxicologically similar phthalates, dibutyl phthalate or DDP, and available studies indicate that a single exposure during the critical window can reduce mRNA expression of genes involved in cholesterol transport and steroidogenesis, and reduce fetal testis testosterone content. Further studies of DBP have also demonstrated that as few as 2 exposures to DBP during the critical window of development are sufficient to cause severe later life male reproductive tract malformations. Therefore, we considered the effect reduced fetal testicular testosterone relevant for assessing risk from acute duration exposures to DINP. The POD was also selected for assessing intermediate duration exposures to DINP because the POD was one of the most sensitive and robust candidates identified across available studies. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide summarizes the non-cancer POD selected for DINP that is being proposed to be used to characterize risk from chronic duration exposures. For this POD, we have preliminarily selected a NOAL of 15 milligrams per kilogram per day from a high-quality 2-year chronic dietary study of F344 rats reported by Lincoln et al. So the NOAL is based on a spectrum of liver effects, including increases in relative liver weight, increases in serum alanine and aspartate transaminases at various time points throughout the study, and histopathologic lesions such as spongiosis hepatis and necrosis at higher doses. Again, using allometric body weight scaling to 3/4 power, we derived an HED of 3.5 milligrams per kilogram per day, and a total uncertainty factor of 30 was selected for use as the benchmark MOE based on use of an intraspecies uncertainty factor, or UFH, of 10, and an interspecies uncertainty factor, or UFA, of 3. Again, the interspecies uncertainty factor was reduced from a value of 10 to 3 because 3/4 body weight scaling was used to derive the HED. Next slide, please. Okay, so overall, we have robust confidence in the selected chronic POD. Several lines of scientific evidence support our selected POD. First, the selected POD came from a study that received a high overall study quality determination and represents the most sensitive POD identified by EPA across 12 studies considered, including 4 2-year chronic dietary studies, 6 13-week subchronic dietary studies, as well as 1 and 2 generation studies of reproduction. At the low AL, spectrum of dose-related effects consistent with liver toxicity were observed, including treatment-related increases in relative liver weight, increases in serum ALT, AST, and ALP, and histopathologic findings such as spondylosis hepatis. Further, a similar spectrum of liver effects, including increases in liver weight, changes in serum chemistry markers indicative of liver toxicity, and other histopathologic lesions in the liver have been observed in other subchronic and chronic studies of DINP in several species. Finally, it's also notable that other regulatory bodies such as Health Canada, US CPSC, EFSA, and ECA have also selected the same NOAL for use in risk characterization. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to recap quickly, we are proposing to use a non-cancer POD of 12 milligrams per kilogram per day based on reduced fetal testicular testosterone to characterize non-cancer risk for acute and intermediate duration exposures. Importantly, we've previously concluded that exposure to DINP can induce effects on the developing male reproductive system consistent with the disruption of androgen action. This conclusion was previously supported by the SAC. For chronic durations, we are proposing to use a non-cancer POD of 3.5 milligrams per kilogram per day based on liver toxicity. Notably, other regulatory agencies have also selected the same NOAL for use in characterizing risk. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going to be transitioning to an overview of the DINP cancer human health hazards. Next slide, please. Okay, here again, you can see the DINP risk evaluation map. And for this portion of the presentation, I'll be providing an overview of the cancer human health hazards, providing background information that primarily pertains to charge questions 2C, 2D, and 2E. Also, the DINP cancer human health hazard assessment technical support document is the primary document that provides information providing to this portion of the charge. Next slide, please. Okay, so DINP has been evaluated for carcinogenicity in 4 two-year dietary studies, including 2 of F344 rats, 1 of Sprague-Dawley rats, and 1 of B6C3F1 mice. Across the 4 available studies, 3 tumor types have been consistently observed, including liver and kidney tumors, as well as MNCL and F344 rats. And as we'll be talking a bit more about each tumor type a bit more over the next couple of slides. But I would like to note here that we are focusing our cancer mode of action analysis and dose response assessment to the liver tumors, and reasons for this will become more apparent over the next couple of slides. Again, at this stage, I'd also like to note that while DINP has been classified as a carcinogen by California OHIA and is listed as a carcinogen under Proposition 65, other regulatory agencies, including US CPSC, Health Canada, Australian ICNAS, and ECA, have not classified DINP as a carcinogen or evaluated DINP for quantitative cancer risk. Next slide, please. So this slide provides a summary of available genotoxicity and mutagenicity data for DINP. The mutagenic and genotoxic potential of DINP has been evaluated in 20 studies. Across studies, no evidence of mutagenic activity was observed in 5 bacterial reverse mutation assays or 2 in vitro mast lymphoma assays with or without metabolic activation. Further, DINP did not induce chromosomal aberrations in Chinese hamster ovary cells in vitro, cause unscheduled DNA synthesis in primary rat hepatocytes, or induce clastogenic effects or micronuclei formation in vivo in studies in mice or rats. Of the 9 available in vitro transformation assays, only 1 study reported a positive result for transformation in the absence of metabolic activation. So overall, based on the weight of scientific evidence, we've preliminarily concluded that DINP is not likely to be genotoxic or mutagenic, which is consistent with conclusions of other regulatory agencies. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide covers kidney tumors. So two different types of kidney tumors have been observed in male F344 rats. Here it's important to note that no kidney tumors have been observed in female F344 rats, male or female Sprague-Dawley rats, or male and female mice. The two tumor types observed include transition cell carcinomas and tubular cell carcinomas. As you can see from the data table on the slide, incidence of transition cell carcinomas in both studies was low, was not statistically significant, did not occur in a dose-related manner. And for these reasons, the transition cell carcinomas observed in male F344 rats were considered to be of uncertain toxicologic significance. For the tubular cell carcinomas observed in two studies of male F344 rats, there is evidence to support a male rat specific alpha-2 globulin mode of action, which is not considered human relevant. Lines of evidence supporting this mode of action include the facts that kidney tumors were only observed in male rats, and DINP is not genotoxic or mutagenic. Further, in a retrospective reanalysis of archived kidney tissue taken from a 12-month interim sacrifice in the study by Lincoln et al., a dose-dependent increase in accumulation of alpha-2 globulin, an increased droplet size in the kidneys of high-dose males, but not female rats, was observed. Further, photomicrographs for proliferating cell nuclear antigen and alpha-2 globulin staining showed foci of proliferating cells and alpha-2 globulin accumulating in proximal tubule cells in the kidney. Notably, other agencies have drawn similar conclusions regarding an alpha-2 globulin mode of action and human relevancy. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide provides an overview of the data for mononuclear cell leukemia, or MNCL. As you can see from the tables of incidence data off to the right of this slide, MNCL has consistently been observed in two-year dietary studies of male and female F344 rats conducted by Cobance Labs and Lincoln et al. However, in two other chronic dietary studies of Sprague-Dawley rats and mice, MNCL was not observed. However, this isn't necessarily surprising given the high rate of spontaneous background occurrence of MNCL in F344 rats. As I previously discussed for DIDP, there are several important uncertainties related to MNCL and F344 rats, such as uncertainty of MNCL. It's important to consider historical control data and time to onset data, in addition to concurrent control data when determining if MNCL is treatment related or not. For DINP, again, we do not have historical control data from the laboratories conducting the studies.
So, Dr. Lewis, your audio and video are freezing. Do we have any solution to that problem? Ella? Charlene?
We'll try to reach the EPA team. They're presenting from North Carolina.
Or has unclear human relevance.
Tony, excuse me. So we lost you for like a minute or so. You were frozen and the voice, we didn't hear anything. So if you can go back like a minute worth of talking.
Sure. Which slide was I on when I froze? I'm sorry for that.
You were still on 80, and you had gotten through the MNCL and the different regulatory agencies. I think that's where you had, or regulatory bodies. I think that's where you ended, or where we stopped hearing you.
Okay. So you heard all the uncertainties related to MNCL, that part of the discussion. I think the main conclusion from this slide is, overall, just as for DIDP, there's scientific, uncertainty remaining related to MNCL in F344 rats. And therefore we did not consider MNCL for cancer dose response assessments. And again, this is consistent with how several other regulatory bodies have characterized MNCL. So agencies such as US CPSC, Health Canada, Australia NICNAS, and ECA have concluded that MNCL is not human relevant or has unclear human relevance. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to liver tumors. So this slide provides a summary of studies in which hepatocellular adenomas and or carcinomas have been observed. This can be seen from the table off to the right of this slide. Across the 4 available 2-year dietary studies, liver tumors have been observed in male and female B6C3F1 mice, and male and female F344 rats, in the 2 studies conducted by Covance Labs. Hepatocellular carcinomas were also observed in high-dose female Sprague-Dawley rats in the biodynamics study. No significant increases in liver tumors were observed in male or female F344 rats in the study conducted by Lincoln et al. However, the highest doses achieved in that dietary study, which were 307 to 375 milligrams per kilogram per day, or less than the doses required to cause liver tumorigenesis in the other 2-year studies of rats. So it's actually not that surprising that liver tumors weren't observed in the study by Lincoln et al. So given that treatment-related tumors were observed consistently across species and both sexes, and that liver tumorigenesis appears to represent a progression from non-cancer liver effects, we focused our mode of action and cancer dose response analysis to liver tumors. Next slide, please. Okay, for liver tumors observed in rodents, so mice and rats, we postulated that DINP causes liver tumors through a PPAR alpha mode of action. And we evaluated the postulated mode of action consistent with EPA cancer guidelines and the IPCS mode of action framework. Here I'd also like to note that consistent with EPA, some other regulatory agencies have also hypothesized a role for PPAR alpha in DINP liver tumorigenesis. I see you coming off mute. We're having connectivity issues still.
I'm good. I don't know if I can't speak for anybody else. I can hear you fine.
Yeah,
We're on slide 82.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dr. Cobb. Okay, so the PPAR alpha mode of action is described in several publications reported by Courtney et al. And is depicted on the bottom of this slide. So in this mode of action, the first key event is activation of PPAR alpha in hepatocytes. So PPAR alpha activation can be assessed directly using transactivation assays or indirectly by measuring specific events associated with PPAR alpha activation, such as increased activity of palmitoyl-CoA oxidase, increased peroxisomal beta oxidation, or changes in expression of genes regulated by PPAR alpha. Key event 2 involves alterations in cell growth pathways and can involve activation of Kupffer cells in the liver, leading to increases in secretion of cytokines such as tumor necrosis factor alpha or interleukin 1 alpha or interleukin 1 beta, which in turn can affect hepatocyte fates. However, I would like to note here that there is some uncertainty in how PPAR alpha and other nuclear receptors, for that matter, can actually alter cell fate. For key event 3, it involves perturbation of cell growth and survival, which is characterized by increased replicative hepatocyte DNA synthesis and cell proliferation in both normal and preneoplastic hepatocytes, as well as suppression of apoptosis. This can lead to fixation of DNA damage and genes controlling cell growth, which in turn can lead to silencing of tumor suppressor genes or activation of oncogenes, contributing to clonal expansion of initiated cells. And finally, for key event 4, it involves the selective clonal expansion of pre-neoplastic liver cells, which in turn leads to the apical outcome, hepatocellular adenomas and or carcinomas. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide provides a high-level summary of available data to support the PPAR alpha mode of action. As you can see, there's considerable data for key event 1 or PPAR alpha activation. So activation of PPAR alpha in hepatic cells by DINP has consistently been demonstrated in 5 in vivo studies of mice and 4 in vivo studies of rats. While no evidence of PPAR alpha activation in hepatic cells was observed in 2 in vivo studies of monkeys. Additionally, 4 in vitro studies are available that consistently demonstrate that rat and mouse hepatocytes are more sensitive to PPAR alpha activation following exposure to DINP compared to human and monkey hepatocytes. For key event 2, limited data is available. EPA identified a single study of mice that reported increased TNF alpha and interleukin-1 and liver homogenate following 14 days of exposure to DINP, providing some evidence for key event 2. However, this study is limited due to the fact that study authors did not identify the specific IL-1 subtypes being measured. For key event 3, evidence of increased hepatocyte DNA replication and cell proliferation comes from multiple studies. Cross in vivo studies of mice and rats, an acute cell proliferative response in the liver is consistently observed. In contrast, cell proliferation in the liver is not sustained chronically in either species. However, as discussed in the literature and publications by Courtney al. Cited on some of the earlier slides, weak PPAR alpha activators tend to produce transient increases in replicative DNA synthesis during the first few days or weeks of exposure, followed by a return to baseline levels. And therefore, lack of a sustained proliferative response is not inconsistent with the proposed mode of action. And finally, for suppression of apoptosis, there's limited in vivo data to provide support for suppression of apoptosis in the liver following exposure to DINP. However, 2 studies of primary rats hepatocytes have demonstrated that exposure to DINP can suppress apoptosis. And finally, for key event 4, we've identified no data, and this is a data gap. Next slide, please. Okay, so across available studies, we observed some evidence of dose-response concordance in mice and rats. For example, key events 1 and 3 occurred at lower doses than liver tumors. However, concordance across key events was less evident, which was in part due to the fact that available studies were of varying design and were somewhat limited by dose selection and dose spacing. There's also some evidence of temporality. For example, there's evidence that key events 1 and 3 preceded liver tumor formation in rats, and that key events 1, 2, and 3 preceded liver tumor formation in mice. As part of our analysis, we also considered other modes of action in addition to PPAR alpha, all of which are also non-genotoxic threshold modes of action. For other modes of action, there's some evidence that DINP can inhibit gap junction intercellular communication, cause cytotoxicity that might contribute to regenerative proliferation of hepatocytes, as well as modulate other nuclear receptors in addition to PPAR alpha. For example, in vitro studies are available that have shown that DINP can activate constitutive androstenedione receptor or CAR, pregnane X receptor or PXR, and aryl hydrocarbon receptor or AHR. However, evidence for these other modes of action is generally limited to a few studies. Regardless, there is some potential that these other modes of action could potentially contribute to carcinogenesis in the liver. There are also some uncertainties and limitations in the current mode of action analysis. But it is important to note here that there are, of course, uncertainties in every mode of action analysis. For example, there's limited data for key event 2 and no data for key event 4. There's also limited data for in vivo suppression of apoptosis, which is part of key event 3. However, lack of this in vivo apoptosis data is somewhat addressed by the in vitro data that shows DINP can suppress apoptosis in primary rat hepatocytes. There are also some unexplained inconsistencies. For example, liver tumors were observed at lower doses in female mice than in male mice, while increases in PPAR alpha activation and proliferative DNA responses were observed at lower doses in male mice compared to females. However, despite some of the remaining uncertainties and limitations, we believe there to be strong evidence to support a non-genotoxic threshold PPAR alpha mode of action for liver tumors. Next slide, please. Okay, so under the guidelines for carcinogen risk assessment, we have preliminarily concluded that DINP is not likely to be carcinogenic to humans. Doses below levels that do not result in PPAR alpha activation. So that's, again, key event 1 in the proposed mode of action. This classification was based on the following weight of scientific evidence considerations. First, there is no evidence for mutagenicity or genotoxicity of DINP. Further, much of the available data supports a PPAR alpha mode of action, with PPAR alpha activation being observed in mice and rats at lower doses than the doses where liver tumors in mice and rats were observed. So given the weight of evidence supporting the non-genotoxic threshold PPAR alpha mode of action, we have further concluded that the non-cancer chronic POD based on a NOAEL of 15 milligrams per kilogram per day based on non-cancer liver effects will adequately account for all chronic toxicity, including carcinogenicity, which could potentially result from exposure to DINP, because the lowest LOAL and the lowest NOAEL for PPAR alpha activation are 117 and 75 milligrams per kilogram per day, respectively. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to recap here quickly, we've preliminarily concluded that kidney tumors in male rats occur through a male rat specific alpha-2 globulin mode of action. While there is too much uncertainty associated with MNCL and Fisher rats to use for quantitative dose response assessment or cancer risk assessment. Therefore, we focused our cancer assessment on liver tumors. Overall, we've preliminarily concluded that there is strong evidence to support a non-genotoxic threshold PPAR alpha mode of action for liver tumors in rodents. Concluded that DINP is not likely to be carcinogenic to humans at doses below levels that do not result in PPAR alpha activation. Next slide, please. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone for their attention. Now we have some time in the agenda for some questions from the panel.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Les. Are there questions from the committee? Dr. David.
Hi. I have a question about the conclusion that DINP is not likely to be carcinogenic below dose levels that activate PPAR alpha, but there are certainly data to suggest that even if humanized PPAR alpha is activated, that there's not likely to be any downstream events that would lead to the development of cancer. So I'm just curious, have the agency considered those data and in their assessment, and what are your thoughts?
Hey, Dr. David, thanks for your question. Yeah, I think the agency fully acknowledges that there are species differences in sensitivity. We acknowledge that, several other panels and workshops have been convened, to try to, answer that question you just posed, that, these effects might occur in rodents, but maybe not in humans. I think it's a really tough question. I think there's still some scientific uncertainty. And those panels, I think, despite their efforts, there's still not necessarily 100% scientific consensus related to this tumor type. So kind of with that being the case, I think looking across the available data in rodents, most of the data indicates a threshold mode of action, which allows us to look at risk, using a margin of exposure approach. But I'll pause there. I see our senior science advisor, Dr. Lowitz, come on camera and see if she wants to add anything.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And Tony's right. We've certainly acknowledged that there has been a lot of conversation about this in the public domain for a long time, and I would fully anticipate this panel adding to that conversation. Just from a logistics and process point of view, to the extent that the panel is aware of DINP specific data that would make that link to the human PPAR, that would be the most helpful to us. So from a proximal proliferation PPR alpha point of view, to take the step to calling that mode of action not relevant to humans, if I use the jargon in the cancer guidelines, is a larger conversation beyond DINP. It's a conversation that's relevant to our colleagues in the pesticide program and our colleagues in the OR and Office of Research and Development in the IRIS program. And from a practical standpoint, based on what you heard from Tony, irrespective of whether or not the proximal proliferation mode of action is human relevant or not human relevant, it actually doesn't change our assessment. If the panel is in agreement that we have a nonlinear mode of action for the liver tumors and are in concurrence on Tony's conclusions on the other tumor types, the proposal that we have to use the liver endpoint would be maintained irrespective of the PPR alpha. That we would still have a chronic point of departure that's protective of both cancer and non-cancer, irrespective of the human relevance of the proximal proliferation. So if you go back to what we heard from Michal this morning and the resource constraints that we have on the program, but also the statutory deadlines that we have in the program, it's an analysis that's not entirely value added to the assessment. If it were going to fundamentally change the assessment, it would be an analysis that would be value added. But in this case, given the points that you heard from Tony, if the panel concurs with those, it doesn't have a meaningful impact on the assessment.
I understand. And I appreciate the fact that for the agency to say not relevant for humans is a quantum step and requires a lot of information. I get that. So thank you for getting to the conclusion you did.
All right, thank you. I see Dr. Ottinger has her hand next.
And I wanted to say, I really appreciated what Dr. Lowitz just said about the nonlinear responses, and thank you very much for that. One question I have, well, I have two quick questions, hopefully. One is there information about what the timing sensitivity is for the testicular effects to be exerted? Is it early developmental or perinatal or what? And then the second question is, were thyroid or adrenal axes considered in any of the 2-gen studies?
Hey, this is Tony Laws with EPA. For your first question pertaining to kind of the critical window of development for those male reproductive effects, So the critical window is actually pretty well understood in rats and mice, and to a lesser extent humans. And we covered it quite a bit in our previous cumulative proposal on phthalates. But for rats, it's around gestational days, 14 to 18.
Okay.
So it's kind of late.
Post HPG axis formation. Okay. All right. And then, yeah, the thyroid and I was just curious about other endocrine systems.
Yeah, I'll have to double check. I believe in that study. I mean, it was a guideline, so I believe it looked at the organ weights, and it should have looked at histopathology, but I'll have to confirm.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Fenner-Crisp?
May we assume that Dr. Corton will be available for a conversation on the day we take up the charge question on DINP 2D?
I can make myself available. You just let me know when.
Hi, Chris.
George, if you're trying to talk, you're muted.
I have too many screens open. Thank you. I was saying if there are no more questions, we can move to our next presentation by EPA. And it's going to be Dr. Brennan.
Dr. Cobb, before you move on, I have a clarification about the question that Dr. Fenner-Crisp just asked to Chris Corton. I just want to make sure that we're within the FACA rules that when you start those charge questions, will Dr. Corton be in a position to be answering her questions? Or I just want to make sure that we're in the bounds of the proper rules. That's
a good point. And let me see what Dr. Fenner-Crisp was intending there. And yeah, I should have picked up on that actually. Dr. Fenner-Crisp, do you have?
Well, during the course of our discussions, there are often, I have observed interactions between the panel and the agency staff to get some clarification. And I just thought that in this particular case, it would be helpful if he were available in that kind of dialogue, not outside the bonds of the ground rules, though.
Yeah, I think that at times we have made comments that this would be improved, or it would be helpful to know which data are used that are not necessarily part of these presentations.
Right. That's all I had in mind.
So I think we can move to the EPA presentation now.
All right, great. Welcome to the last portion of this presentation for today. This is part 4. We'll be overviewing information on the DIDP environmental hazard and exposure, as well as the DINP environmental hazard and the information pertaining to the charge questions for those portions of the assessment. Next slide, please. So the DIDP environmental hazard and DIDP environmental exposure assessments have several charge questions related to them. For the environmental hazard portion, it's 2A and 2B. The charge questions for the DIDP environmental exposure assessment are charge questions 1C and 1D. And for the DINP environmental hazard, we have a single charge question, charge question 1. Next slide, please. I'll be starting off with the DIDP environmental hazard overview and the information related to those charge questions. This is Jennifer Brennan with US EPA. So an overview of the map of the draft DIDP risk evaluation and the portions of that evaluation that are relevant to charge questions 2A and 2B. We have the environmental hazard assessment in the green box, and the information also relevant to the charge questions can also be found in the environmental risk characterization as well. Next slide, please. So overviewing the DIDP environmental hazard summary, EPA identified hazard data on fish, frogs, and aquatic invertebrates and sediment invertebrates. In that data set, no hazard was observed. And so no hazard thresholds are established for those taxa exposed to DIDP. EPA was not able to identify reasonably available soil invertebrate data for hazard when exposed to DIDP. So EPA conducted a read across from DINP earthworm hazard data. 3 lines of evidence form the basis for the read across. So that was structural similarity between DIDP and DINP, physical, chemical, environmental fate, and transport similarity between DIDP and DINP, as well as toxicological similarity between DIDP and DINP. No hazard data were reasonably available for avian species and terrestrial plants exposed to DIDP. EPA did establish a hazard threshold in terrestrial mammals, and this hazard threshold was based on ecologically relevant endpoints from laboratory rat data in lieu of not having hazard data available for wildlife species. Next slide, please. Just to overview DIDP environmental hazard in other assessments. So both the European Union risk assessment for di-isodecyl phthalate, as well as the Environment Canada, Health Canada State of the Science report, phthalate substance grouping, long chain phthalate esters, DIDP and DINP, both determined that DIDP had low hazard potential to aquatic taxa, with no adverse effects on survival, growth, development, or reproduction at concentrations at or beyond solubility in water. So this was very similar to what EPA concluded in the draft DIDP environmental hazard characterization for aquatic taxa. Next slide, please. So now we're moving into information pertaining to charge question 2A. So this is the DIDP hazard threshold in terrestrial mammals and the methodology used to establish that hazard threshold for terrestrial mammals. So as mentioned earlier, the DIDP hazard threshold in terrestrial mammals was based on ecologically relevant endpoints from animal toxicity data. For DIDP, these were rat laboratory studies containing ecologically relevant endpoints. The hazard threshold is called the toxicity reference value, or TRV. And this TRV represents hazard in mammalian species. Although it's derived from laboratory rat data, the TRV is meant to be representative across semi-aquatic mammals such as the mink, or representative insectivorous mammals such as the shrew. So not just the rat data from which it was derived. The TRV derivation uses the Ecological Soil Screening Level Guidance by EPA. This is known as ECO-SSL guidance. And the endpoints considered for the DIDP TRV included reproduction, growth, and survival endpoints. And briefly, and I'll go over in the next couple slides, more in depth on the methodology for TRV derivation, but briefly, the TRV derivation is conducted by comparing the low ALs in the data set to a geometric mean of the no ALs. And for DIDP, the TRV was established as 128 mg per kg body weight per day DIDP. And again, that value would be representative across terrestrial mammals. Next slide, please. So this is figure 6.1 from the DIDP draft environmental hazard technical support document. It's the terrestrial mammal TRV flowchart. I'll step through briefly how the DIDP TRV was established. You start with step 1 in your data set. So are there at least 3 toxicity values for 2 species for reproduction, growth, or mortality? It's important to note in the case of both the DIDP and the DINP TRV, which will be discussed later, strains of animals were counted as separate species for the purposes of the TRV derivation here. So for DIDP, yes, we had what consisted of 2 or more species with those values. So going to step 2, are there 3 or more NOALs in reproduction and growth? For the DIDP data set, yes, there were. And that brings us to step 4, where you then calculate the geometric mean of NOALs across the reproductive and growth endpoints. You then compare the geometric mean of the NOAL and find if it's lower than the lowest bounded low AL in the reproductive growth or mortality endpoints. And for DIDP data set, that was not the case. We actually had a lowest bounded low AL that was below the geometric mean of the no AL. So in that case, the TRV then follows the no arrow to the yellow box, and the TRV is then set as the highest bounded no AL below the lowest bounded low AL for reproduction, growth, or mortality. Next slide, please. So this is looking at the laboratory rat data for DIDP that consisted of ecologically relevant endpoints across the reproduction, growth, and survival categories, shown in the red, blue, and pink circles respectively. The open circles in the data set are low ALs for an endpoint, and they're connected by a line to their respective no ALs for a particular endpoint. The black line spanning the reproduction and growth endpoints with the arrows connected at each end of the black line, that represents the geometric mean of the reproductive and growth endpoints of those no ALs. And so as I was showing and explaining in the earlier slide, if you look across the rat data set here, you actually find that you have a bounded low AL that's lower than the geometric mean of the no ALs. So in this case, the toxicity reference value then defaults to the highest bounded no AL that's below that lowest bounded low AL in the data set. And so that highest bounded no AL is shown as that black circle with the blue circle inside. And that value is 128 mg per kg body weight per day. And this is done to refine the hazard threshold that's representative of the effects that you're looking at. And it's also important to note that the EPA had enough data in the animal toxicity data to work with, that the data set is limited to bounded no AL, low AL pairs. And that decision was also made to refine the hazard threshold. Next slide, please. So conclusions and key points for the information pertaining to charge question 2A. No hazard threshold was established for most of the taxa, specifically fish, frogs, aquatic, and sediment-dwelling invertebrates. And that was due to a picture of no effects in the reasonably available hazard data. A single hazard threshold was established for DIDP environmental hazard, and that was consisting of terrestrial animal toxicity references that had growth, reproductive, and mortality endpoints identified from laboratory rat data. And the hazard threshold is described as the toxicity reference value, known as the TRV. And this TRV is representative of hazard across terrestrial mammals, although it's derived from laboratory animal data. And to recap, no hazard data were reasonably available for avian species and terrestrial plants exposed to DIDP. Next slide, please. So now moving into the information pertaining to charge question 2B. For DIDP, this is pertaining to the methodology used for the DIDP environmental hazard read across. So as mentioned earlier, no reasonably available data were obtained for soil invertebrates exposed to DIDP. EPA conducted a read across using soil invertebrate hazard data from the DINP data set. And this was a no effect hazard that was read across to DIDP. And 3 lines of evidence fed into the basis for the read across. And that is structural similarity between DIDP and DINP, physical, chemical, environmental fate, and transport similarity between DIDP and DINP, as well as ecotoxicological similarity between DIDP and DINP. Next slide. So for the first line of evidence, which is the structural similarity, EPA conducted a structural similarity analysis between DIDP and analog DINP. And this was done using several programs. So analog identification methodology, OECD QSAR toolbox, where PubChem fingerprints were generated using the similar analysis. And then cheminformatics search module, where the Tanimoto index was used to make that comparison. And if we look at the first row in the table where DIDP is being compared to itself in a structural similarity analysis, you can see in AIM, it's an exact match to itself, and it receives a score of 1, which is the maximum score possible for both the PubChem fingerprints as well as the Tanimoto index in the cheminformatics search module. So both of those scores for the PubChem fingerprints and Tanimoto index are on a scale of 0 to 1. In the second row, where DINP is compared to DIDP in these programs, it's a first pass analog in AIM, which is the highest pass, indicating high structural similarity between the two chemicals. And it received a score of 1 for the PubChem fingerprints, which again is a maximum score, as well as a score of 1 for the Tanimoto index using the cheminformatics search module. So high degree of structural similarity is indicated across several different programs between DIDP and DINP. Next slide, please. The second line of evidence that was used in the read across for the analog selection was comparing the physical and chemical fate properties between D and analog DINP. And because this is a soil and vertebrate hazard read across, the physical, chemical, and environmental fate properties were pertinent to the chemical's behavior in soil. As in addition, the hazard study also took place over 28 to 56 days. So the properties also addressed behavior in soil over time as well. So if you look at the first column with some of the physical, chemical, and environmental fate properties, and then you look across at DIDP and DINP for water solubility and the log octanol water partition coefficient, we see a picture of highly insoluble chemicals that have a high preference to partitioning to the octanol phase. For log, organic water, organic carbon water partition coefficient also is very high for both DIDP and DINP. So both are going to soar very strongly to soils and sediments. Biodegradation in the aerobic portion of the soil happens over a matter of weeks to months for both DIDP and DINP. In the anaerobic portion of the soil, we expect minimal to no biodegradation for both DIDP and DIP. Bioaccumulation factor in earthworm is identical between the two chemicals with very low bioaccumulation potential for both DIDP and DINP and earthworm. Very low vapor pressure. We do not expect either of these to volatilize out of the soil. Molecular weight is very similar between the two, which speaks to ability to cross cell membranes, and both exist as clear liquids at room temperature. So for both DIDP and DINP, we would expect these to behave very similarly in a soil environment. Next slide, please. The third line of evidence that fed into the read across for selecting DINP as an analog is the ecotoxicological similarity. Because we don't have soil and vertebrate hazard to directly compare between DIDP and DINP, if we did, we likely wouldn't be proposing a read across. What we do have to compare their ecotoxicological similarity is hazard in related taxa. So the focus of this slide is showing hazard of both DIDP and DINP in sediment dwelling invertebrates, as well as invertebrates in the water column. So each row has a species exposed to both DIDP and DINP within the same study. And if you look down the rows, what you largely see is a picture of no hazardous effects from exposure to both DIDP as well as exposure to DINP in either the sediment dwelling or the water column invertebrates. The one exception is the Daphnia magna 21-day exposure, where entrapment values were noted in the form of a chronic value for both DIDP and DINP. But the authors noted in this study that this was due to a physical film at the top of the water and the Daphnia magna being trapped in that film rather than the chemical being solubilized in the water and causing chemical toxicity. So very similar hazard profile for both DIDP and DINP in taxa that could be relevant for earthworm toxicity. And so EPA felt very confident then in the last row conducting a read across based on a no hazardous effect from DINP to DIDP with support from the other two lines of evidence as well in analog selection. Next slide, please. So conclusion and key points. DINP soil invertebrate hazard data was used in a read across to DIDP. And DIDP and DINP exhibit the following similarities, supporting that selection of DINP as an analog for DIDP. Again, structural similarity between DIDP and DINP, physical, chemical, environmental fate, and transport similarity between DIDP and DINP, as well as ecotoxicological similarity between DIDP and DINP. Very interested in the SAC's input on both charge questions 2A and 2B for the DIDP environmental hazard. Next slide, please. With this, I'm going to hand this over to my colleague, Dr. Christopher Green.
Hello, I'm Dr. Christopher Green with OPPT's existing
Dr.
chemical.
Green, can you give us just a second? It looks like Dr. David had a question.
Yeah, I was hoping to get in a question before we move on to the next phase of the questions, and it has to do with slide number 96.
So thank you, Dr. David. Just like we did with the other presentations earlier today, would it be acceptable for us to continue with the next few components and then tally that? Is that acceptable to people?
That's fine if you'd rather do it that way. Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I apologize. Yeah, so thank you for asking, but we'll keep going, and then obviously utilizing the slide numbers that are on the lower portion of the screen will be very helpful to get back to that. So thank you very much, Dr. Dave and others for letting us go on, and then we'll hear this really good input. My name is Dr. Christopher Green. I'm with the OPPT's existing chemical risk assessment division as a biologist here in EPA. I'm going to be addressing the environmental exposure technical support document for DIDP. Next slide, please. So this technical support document and the reference documents are listed on the screen here, and we have two targeted charge questions to address certain things associated with this presentation. Charge question 1C, centering towards the environmental exposure analysis, and question 1D, which integrates the weighted scientific evidence and conclusions associated with this section and the components related to it. Diagram, which you guys have been seeing throughout the day, demonstrates that we are in the middle green square, the lower portion of the screen, for environmental exposure analysis. Next slide, please. So when we look at the landscape of evidence that's presented within the physical, chemical, and fate technical support document, as well as reviewed and referenced within the environmental exposure technical support document, we're presented with a large body of evidence indicating that DIDP does not biomagnify. It can be found in tissues, but it does not biomagnify and bioaccumulate in terms of bioaccumulative substances. However, as we heard earlier today and throughout, reading of this document, we understand that dietary exposure can still occur. And we want to represent that dietary exposure to the fullest in terms of a screening level trophic transfer analysis for the protection of a variety of our different animals in our ecosystems. To do this, we looked at a couple of different scenarios where we looked at the pathways of surface water releases into sediment, as well as air deposition into soil. For our representative mammal, for this aquatic-oriented screening level analysis, we're looking at the American mink as a piscivorous aquatic mammal. And in the soil component, to really take, the best picture of animals taking in soil in their diet and then eating other animals that have soil in their diet, we're looking at the connections between soil, earthworm, and shrew as a insectivorous mammal. The way we did this is we calculated dietary exposure estimates. And there were two pathways represented within the environmental exposure technical support document. The first one was we utilized the highest releasing COU OESs that led us to the highest model concentrations of DIDP within the sediment and soil. We also, within the landscape of our literature for environmental monitoring, were representing the highest reported DIDP concentrations in soil and sediment within the literature. And these are characterized as industrialized sites that have been studied for other chemicals as well as DIDP specifically. In our screening level analysis, we looked at those dietary exposure estimates, and due to our hazard values that Dr. Brennan just demonstrated, we looked at the toxicity reference value with those mammals in comparison to those dietary exposure estimates for either our representative aquatic individual or our terrestrial mammal, comparing that 128 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day. Next slide, please. So this is figure 5.1 from our DIDP draft environmental exposure technical support document. And I really want to emphasize that the goal of these representative species is to look at the maximal potential uptake of the compound. And specifically, we're looking at the role of this compound in soil and the role of this compound in sediment predominantly because of our information and our modeling, as well as the environmental exposure analysis. On the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see the earthworms represented as a soil invertebrate. Think of those as kind of running a sock through soil. And so we looked at their concentration in their body as being the concentration that was projected or modeled within soil. That earthworm is then consumed by a shrew. In the aquatic environment, wanted to represent the animals that would have a lot of sediment from their natural history. And my background as a fish biologist, in addition to a few other things, led me to utilizing a catastomid species. This is a black-tailed red horse. Suckers and catfish take in a lot of sediment as a component of their diet when they're rooting around the benthos and eating. And so I wanted to really represent that as a screening level and highly conservative approach to show who is getting the most sediment in that could get that in their body and then potentially be eaten by something else. These conservative exposure factors are really integral to the screening level approach, and I wanted to represent that as closely and cautiously as possible. Next slide, please. These equations are from the EPA's EcoSSL, which Dr. Brennan talked about a few slides ago. They're adapted from that, and they're representing a variety of exposure factors, and they're representative of the screening level approaches that EPA took for this assessment. The terms represented within these equations are intended to be very conservative. So for example, this is not assuming any in vivo metabolism or excretion. the absorbed fraction of the contaminant from the soil or sediment into the organism, say, for example, AFSI, AFWI, and AFIJ for sediment, water, and prey, were all set to 1. We also utilized 1 as an area use factor, indicating that all the biota that are included in the different connections from soil to animal are all residing within an area that has DIDP present. So the exposure factors for things like feed intake rate, water intake rate, were derived from the EPA's Wildlife Exposures Factors Handbook, while factors associated for the representative fish or the catastomid species were derived from published literature. Next slide, please. So in this slide, this is table 5.4. It's an example of the calculations and the work to represent DIDP concentration from a variety of different sources for the screening level trophic transfer analysis. The top column represents the COUs, the highest amount of sediment from point source calculator with PVC plastic compounding as the occupational exposure scenario. The next columns then represent the concentration ingested from sediment, concentration taken in from the mink from water intake, and finally the total, the fish concentration from that mink consuming fishes that have that amount in their body from incidental or other sources. And then finally, the DIDP exposure for that mink in milligrams per kilogram body weight per day. Now, in the lower portions of figure 5.4, it represents the highest concentrations in industrialized ecosystems and aquatic areas that we know of around the world to represent high concentrations of DIDP in the sediment. I think this is very ecologically relevant. It is demonstrating what we know, what we have environmental monitoring for. And when we go across those formulas that I showed and demonstrate, you can see that both from the environmental monitoring on the lower portion of the slide, as well as our COU, those modeled sediment concentrations, we do not approach the DIDP toxicity reference value of 128 milligrams per kilogram per day. So, you know, it's just a representation. There are several components to this, but I think for the aquatic mammal, as well as the other slides in here, you'll be able to see what we have observed with respect to projecting the modeled concentrations, as well as environmentally relevant concentrations within sediment and soil. Next slide. So for conclusions and key points with this, the results for the calculated dietary exposures of DIDP to mammals from those modeled concentrations within the relevant pathways, within the aquatic environment, within the terrestrial environment, indicate exposure concentrations below the toxicity reference value. The maximum concentrations of DIDP reported within the reasonably available literature were also used as a comparator and describe no intersection of exposure of DIDP with the calculated toxicity reference value from this screening level trophic transfer analysis. In a similar way, level trophic transfer analysis for the terrestrial components, those earthworm to shrew from soil concentrations, also demonstrate dietary exposure concentrations below that toxicity reference value. It's really important to emphasize that these conservative approaches within both the environmental media modeling and the screening level trophic transfer analysis are likely overrepresenting DIDP's ability to transfer among the trophic levels. And this is confidence that the risks will not be or would not be underestimated. Next slide. Thank you.
Right. I think that ends this portion of the, does that end this portion of the presentation, or we're going back to Dr. Brennan?
Hi, this is Jen. EPA. No, we have probably 7 more slides here, and then that concludes the presentation.
Oh, good.
For part 4. So I'll go ahead and get going with this portion, which is our last leg. So this is the DINP environmental hazard overview, a summary of the environmental hazard characterization, and then the information pertaining to the charge question for this portion. Next slide, please. So there's a single charge question for the DINP environmental hazard. If you look at the diagram, the portion of the assessment that's relevant is highlighted in green, so that we're talking about the environmental hazard assessment for DINP. Next slide. So an overview of the DINP environmental hazard. Again, EPA was able to identify hazard data for algae, for earthworm, for aquatic invertebrates, and sediment invertebrates. And those data indicated no hazardous effects. Therefore, no hazard was observed for those taxa exposed to DINP. No hazard data were available for avian species or terrestrial plants exposed to DINP. Hazard data were available for fish. Several papers did indicate hazardous effects, but these effects were either not consistent between replicates or did not behave in a logical dose response dependent manner, or there were experimental design concerns with the study. Therefore, no hazard threshold was identified in fish in exposures to DINP. So no hazard thresholds were established for the above taxa. EPA did establish a hazard threshold for terrestrial mammals based on ecologically relevant endpoints from animal toxicity data, both rat and mouse laboratory data. And again, that was in lieu of not having reasonably available wildlife hazard data for DINP. Next slide, please. Just an overview of DINP environmental hazard and other assessments. Both the European Union Risk Assessment for Di-isononyl phthalate and Environmental Canada Health Canada's State of the Science Report, phthalate substance grouping of long-chain phthalate esters, DIDP and DINP, both determined that DINP has low hazard potential to aquatic taxa with no adverse effects on survival, growth, development, or reproduction at concentrations at and beyond solubility in water. So again, very similar to the hazard characterization conclusions in the draft DINP environmental hazard technical support document for aquatic taxa. Next slide, please. So now the information pertaining to charge question 1. This charge question I want to note is identical to charge question 2A for DIDP. The difference is that we're asking it for DINP as well. So this is the methodology used to establish the hazard threshold for terrestrial mammals. So DINP hazard threshold in terrestrial mammals was based on ecologically relevant endpoints from the animal toxicity data. These were rat and mouse laboratory studies, again, in lieu of having wildlife hazard data for DINP. The hazard threshold is called the toxicity reference value, TRV. Again, the TRV represents hazard across mammalian species such as mink and shrew, not just the rat and mouse data from which it were derived. And this derivation process for the TRV uses the ecological soil screening level guidance by EPA. This is known as ECO-SSL guidance. And the endpoints considered for the DINP TRV consisted of reproduction, growth, and mortality endpoints. The methodology used to derive the DINP TRV is the same as was explained for the DIDP TRV. Briefly, it's a comparison of low ALs in the data set to a geometric mean of the no ALs. In the case of the DINP TRV, the value was established as 139 mg per kg body weight per day of DINP. Next slide, please. This is figure 6.2 from the DINP draft environmental hazard technical support document. We saw this earlier for DIDP. This is the TRV flowchart. I'll step through very briefly the steps for deriving the DINP TRV. This followed the identical steps that the DIDP TRV followed. So starting with step 1, are there at least 3 toxicity values for 2 species for reproduction, growth, or mortality? In the case of the DINP data set, yes, there were. Step 2, are there 3 or more NOALs in reproduction and growth? Yes. And so this leads us to step 4, calculate the geometric mean of the NOALs for reproduction and growth, and then compare that geometric mean of the NOALs to the lowest bounded low AL for reproduction, growth, or mortality. In the case of DINP, there was a lower bounded low AL that was lower than the geometric mean of the NOALs. So the no arrow is followed to the yellow box, and the TRV is set as the highest bounded NOAL below the lowest bounded low AL for reproduction, growth, or mortality, with each step refining the hazard threshold. Next slide, please. We're looking at the data set for the DINP animal toxicity studies that contain ecologically relevant endpoints that were used in the TRV derivation. Again, we have our reproduction endpoints, growth endpoints, and survival endpoints, represented by the red, blue, and pink circles respectively. Open circles are indicating low ALs for an endpoint, and they're connected by lines to their respective no ALs. Again, DINP had enough animal toxicity data with ecologically relevant endpoints that EPA limited the data set to bounded no AL, low AL pairs to further refine the hazard threshold. The black line with spanning reproduction and growth that have arrows at each end of the line represents the geometric mean of the no ALs across the reproduction and growth endpoints. And if you look across the data set, there are low ALs, bounded low ALs that are falling below the geometric mean of the no ALs. So then the TRV defaults to the highest bounded highest bounded no AL below the lowest bounded low AL. And that highest bounded low AL is shown by the black circle with the red circle in the middle to refine the hazard threshold. And that TRV value again is 139 mg per kg body weight per day, DINP. Next slide, please. Conclusion and key points. No hazard threshold were established for most taxa that we had data for due to no effects from DINP exposure. Again, EPA wants to note that there were inconsistencies in the fish hazard data from chronic exposures to DINP. And these inconsistencies resulted in no hazard threshold being established for fish. A single hazard threshold was established for DINP environmental hazard. This was based on terrestrial animal toxicity references that had growth, reproductive, and mortality endpoints in rat and mice studies. The hazard threshold is described as the toxicity reference value, or TRV, and is meant to be representative across terrestrial mammals, not just rats and mouse from which the data were derived. The no hazard data were reasonably available for avian species and terrestrial plants exposed to DINP. And just to note again, the DINP draft environmental exposure and draft environmental risk characterization documents will be released later this year for public comment. And that concludes the information pertaining to charge question 1 for the DINP environmental hazard technical support document. Next slide, please. And this concludes the part 4 of the technical presentation. So thank you for your attention and review.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Brennan and Dr. Green, for that presentation. We can go to questions now, and I believe Dr. David had asked one earlier, so let's circle back to that. We can.
Yes, thank you. I actually, the question pertains not only to slide number 96, but also to 116. And I was just struck by the number of studies. I mean, effect levels, no effect levels are always dependent on the dose levels that are selected. My experience is that when you have a number of these studies with different spread of dose levels, I thought it was common practice to use benchmark dose calculations, but you didn't seem to do that. Is there a reason you didn't do that?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Dr. David. So the TRV derivation process does not use benchmark dose process, but it uses a similar process in that it is refining the hazard threshold to be representative of the entire data set. So the first step is when you do calculate that geometric mean of the NOAELs across reproduction and growth endpoints, which are typically considered to be more sensitive to the mortality endpoints, although you see in this data set that's not necessarily the case. That's typically where the TRV defaults to. But if you are showing hazardous effects or more sensitivity in certain endpoints that's below that geometric mean, the threshold then refines even further between that low AL that's below the geometric mean of the no AL and the no AL that's closest in value to that low AL.
Well, that's okay, but I mean, as I look at these studies on the left here, the rat studies, and these are developmental studies, is that correct? Yes, they're repro studies. So you've got 4 studies that have a nice spread and no effect levels that are above your line, and then 1 that falls below. And so, you know, and yet you've based your TRV apparently on that lowest value. Is that correct?
The TRV actually is not based on the lowest NOAEL. It's based on the NOAEL that is closest in value below the lowest low AL in the data set. So if you're looking at data point 8, that is where the TRV is established. We do have no ALs that are lower than that, but that's the goal for this method, is to refine the hazard threshold instead of increasing the spread of where the hazard should be occurring.
Yeah, and Dr. David, part of the reason for that is that you're dealing with protecting multiple species and not simply a human. That human species has, we're one species. So this is trying to protect across all taxa, if that's correct, Dr. Brennan. And so you have to account for that.
Well, don't you do that in the uncertainty factors?
So, and again, this is the practice that had been developed to empirically determine to protect species that are trying to be managed through these kinds of assessments.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I should probably let an EPA answer these questions. I apologize, Dr. Brown.
No, Dr. Cobb, that was fantastic. Thank you.
I see Dr. Chasen has a question.
Thank you. Yes, actually, I have a couple, and I'm really out of my wheelhouse here, so I hope you can put these together. I'd like to quickly read the couple of questions / notes that I took, and maybe EPA could address these all together. First of all, looking at the KOW and the KOC, and you concluded from that the phthalates would go into the sediment. But given the KOW and KOC, wouldn't it be just as likely that the phthalates would absorb into things like aquatic eggs or the biota, not just the soil, or just go into them directly? Related to that, these it appears that the phthalates are clearly apparently not particularly toxic, is that because it's going through the animals, or and you made a comment I didn't understand. It does not bioaccumulate, but somehow it's in there. I don't understand what that means. And also, does any of this relate to bivalves? So you've got things like, the Chesapeake oysters sucking an awful lot of stuff through them. I mean, what happens to animals like that are taking in what could be, as I understand it, huge amounts of the water, and particularly if you have animals that are in, I mean, your example showed this really nice swimming pool kind of thing over top of sediment. What about waters that are murky, or swamps? I mean, how does that kind of thing fit into this? Now, I have to admit, what I'm going for here is trying to take this lovely information that you have here and in my mind, try to determine if you are looking at human exposure, all of these lovely things that people, particularly who are on subsistence diets, are going to be eating, or people who live along the coastal regions. I'm struggling to try to even get an indication as to whether this stuff just passes through these animals, or whether it could be found in their tissues. Thank you.
Yes, I think you raised some, thank you very much for that input. I think you raised some really good things. I want to point towards there is a body of literature on the presence of DIDP and a number of phthalates within biota, within gooey ducks, within mussels, within spiny dogfish, etc. Those are McKenzie 2004. They're in section 3.1 of the environmental exposure technical support document. And that's really important. There are lipid normalized and then wet weight reported values across the literature. There's also a thesis from the same research group that worked on this within British Columbia in an industrialized ecosystem up there. So we do see this within tissues. I do report it. We note it. One of the things that's important is that, and the McConnell group, or the McKinsey group, has gone to great lengths with some of our leading scientists in bioaccumulation, trophic transfer, like Arnaud Goba kind of folks, on trophic magnification factors. And those are also reported within section 3.1. There's bioavailability. There's the intersection of physical chemical properties and the role of DIDP within suspended sediments. That's discussed in section 3.2 in the same technical support document. And they really have looked at how a lot of those compounds are bound very tightly to those. And even within the animal, the transference of those are extremely limited compared to a lot of other compounds. So again, 3.1 and 3.2 will answer a lot of those questions, hopefully. And I think that those are, they're really revealing for me. They're really revealing for the team and all of us at EPA to help us with that. And that landscape of literature is really important to this. So hopefully I helped with that answer. If there's a follow-up, let me know. But yeah, check out those sections. And obviously I can contribute and help as much as possible with any other things.
Can you spoil the ending of the movie for me and just tell me what the answer is? Does it go right through them, or do you get significant any kind of accumulation or at least occurrence of it getting into the tissue?
No, it shows up in tissues, but it does not bioaccumulate. Where a lot of the comparisons with our things that are bioaccumulating and magnifying, we're not seeing that. We see it in the body. It will be there, but it's not building. It's not growing. And for example, trophic magnification factor for DIDP from a very well-regarded study is 0.44, which, when we think of 1 as building, under 1 as not building, that makes me feel pretty good about it not bioaccumulating. And then obviously the things you saw in the screening level approaches, really trying to ramp up all those conservative assumptions. Hopefully that helps.
And then what about bivalves and things like that?
Those were included in that trophic analysis by McKinsey. It's in section 3.1. They looked at phytoplankton, gooey ducks, mussels. They had a bird in there. They had a scooter. I didn't even know that was a name of a bird, but it is. They had a variety. They actually had herbivorous fishes and piscivorous fishes in there as well. They had kyphosids in there, I believe. So that's important.
And they don't get very high levels in their tissues either.
They were seeing DIDP concentrations, but it was not building as you go from trophic level to trophic level.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Appreciate it.
No, thank you. That was really good. Thanks.
So just to follow up, so I agree with what you're saying, Dr. Green, about the trophic transport and about not biomagnifying. I do want to make a point of clarification, and perhaps it's my perspective on this, but the McKinsey and Gobus studies in Vancouver are not in industrialized areas. They're in urban areas, but they're not in industrialized areas. And that is an important distinction. And if there's information to say otherwise, I'd be happy to hear it. But I looked at the maps, the satellite photos, and that's not an industrialized area.
I apologize for that. There is a Taiwan study that I got sediment values which was industrialized, and you're absolutely correct. They refer to it as urbanized ecosystem. Is that correct? Yeah.
Correct. Exactly.
Apologize for that. I apologize for that.
No, we're all dealing with a lot of information here. And Marianne, I'm sorry, since you mentioned the study in Taiwan, I want to kind of follow up. Was that study included in the aquatic hazard assessment for invertebrates that was done?
So can you let the Taiwan, sorry, I got distracted for a second. The Taiwan study provided concentrations across the harbor for DIDP and sediment. They did not, if I recall correctly, have biota monitoring values in that study.
Correct, but you could use those in assessing hazard or risk to aquatic organisms based on toxicities from laboratory studies. I guess that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yes, and I ran those concentrations from that study in our screening level trophic transfer analysis.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Ottinger.
Cool conversation. Thank you. By the way, scoters are not at the top of the food chain, so they're not going to be that representative of biomagnification, just FYI. But that does bring me to the point that is there any potential for using egg embryo studies where they're administering many of these chemicals, or even some of the plastics works that's coming out in birds showing uptake of lots of microplastics?
Thank you for that question. I don't think I can completely address that. I do know, however, when you look into the thesis work from the McKinsey group, McConnell, they did specifically look at dogfish embryos, and one of their components was DIDP across not only the dogfish, but the embryos. And as you know, the egg yolk associated with that really increased that value. Your question about microplastics is noted. And I'd like to hear more.
Way outside scope, sorry.
It is, but yeah, thank you very much.
A question about the mink. I think that's a fine choice. And I guess one of my questions would be, from Steve Bersian and Bob Ringer's work, they showed them to be exquisitely sensitive. So was that part of the rationale with choosing them?
The rationale for choosing the mink is predominantly that piscivorous diet.
Okay.
And maximizing the intake of the screening level intake of the fish into that. And then keep in mind that the TRV was representing the hazard value in the mink, not an actual mink hazard value study.
Got it. Yeah, but part of that hazard or the risk, I guess, would be production of the lesions and other outcomes that, you know, Ringer and Bersian and others saw with PCBs. So does that become incorporated into the model?
I'll transfer over to Dr. Brennan. Do you want to answer that? Okay, give me just a second.
Do we have Dr. Brennan? There we are.
Yeah, thank you. I think, Dr. Ottinger, are you referring to the TRV derivation again and whether that's representative of the hazard? So again, for DINP, it was laboratory rat and mouse data TRV was derived on. They were ecologically relevant endpoints, such as, you know, for DINP, I think we had progeny weight, you know, a lot of body weight, mortality, general reproductive. This is certainly an uncertainty in whether it picks up species-specific sensitivities, such as if mink are going to be more sensitive to a particular chemical than a mouse. But this is what we're asking the SAC to weigh in on as well.
Okay. One last question, hopefully it's very quick, which is for the DINP, the source, I assume, for eco exposure would be primarily through air release and then settling on water and land?
I will let I could answer this too, but I'll let Dr. Green answer this portion because this is his portion of the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, hi again. So with DINP, much like DIDP, in terms of physical, chemical, and fate parameters, and some of that analysis that you saw presented earlier, really the surface water releases and then deposition of sediment is a big thing for that. That's a big one. The modeling for air releases to soil was conducted for DIDP, and you can see it within the screen level trophic transfer. However, it pales in comparison to water release to sediment deposition.
Okay, so similar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So are there other questions from the committee? So I have several questions. I'm going to try to consolidate most of them. First thing I want to say is I really like slide 98, and it's a similar slide to the one that Dr. David asked about. And I think that could be very helpful in the overall hazard assessment document. I found it in the underlying data, but I didn't necessarily remember it in the main hazard document. So I think that's, did I get the TRV slide? I'm sorry. I must have mislabeled that.
96, perhaps?
Perhaps. I may have mistyped that. Yeah, this family of slides, those images are really good and should be in the early in the documents where people can see them. They make this very so this is a thank you for showing this and try to highlight this as best you can in the reports. I think it's helpful.
It's included in it is included in our hazard TSDs, Dr. Cobb.
Correct, but it's not in the body of the text that talks about the hazards as I understand it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the point. I don't know how many people are going to dig that deep into the documents. A couple of questions, and this goes directly to some of the toxicity data. And I think Dr. Brennan would be the person to answer this. There were toxic effects observed in I think it was Daphnia and they were not used in the assessment, and neither the chronic nor the acute values were used. I understand what you're saying about the film, but that was only in one study, and regardless of how it happens, it's still toxicity. It's a toxic effect of the chemical. So I guess, first of all, why did you discard those values?
So maybe if we go to slide 100 or 101, that might help have something to look at for the hazard values you're talking about. For entrapment, EPA would not consider physical entrapment the same as chemically induced toxicity. And these values that the authors tested, oh, I apologize, that next slide. Perfect. So I think you're referring to the 21-day chronic value here with the entrapment values in Daphnia magna for DIDP, DINP.
Correct.
Yes, Daphnia magna did have immobilization or lethality in that study, but it was due to actually being physically trapped in a film of the chemical at the top, because the authors had exceeded water solubility for both of those chemicals by a large degree. So for the purposes of chemically induced toxicity, EPA did not consider those hazard values for setting hazard thresholds.
But it does not matter how the toxicity occurs if the chemical is causing it. It does not matter if I drowned in the water or if it causes a toxic effect, it has still killed me. And this is the same thing with this. It does not matter how the toxicity occurs. It's a matter that it did occur. Now, are there environmental concentrations above this that have been measured in water for DIDP?
I'm going to turn the screen over here to, well, we have two folks that could answer. One is our is Dr. Arashiro with the environmental media as far as the concentrations, and then our senior science advisor, Dr. Eisenreich, could also weigh in here.
Yeah, hi, this is Karen Eisenreich. I'm just wondering here if we're not getting actually into the charge questions, discussion on the charge questions a little bit. Maybe this should be discussed when we discuss the charge questions. That's more of a question here.
That's fine. I can, especially in the interest of time.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm going. I mean, this is definitely an interesting conversation, and I think there's things here that we can discuss. One thing that I would say just quickly is that one of the issues is when you're doing a laboratory study with these very low soluble compounds and you get that film on top, that usually doesn't mimic the environmental physical environment that you would potentially see those concentrations on, because they're often done in static conditions, and not speaking directly on this particular study, but you often have static conditions that allow that film, and your overwater solubility that allows that film to form. And we generally don't see releases in the environment in that type of system where you're going to get you're going to have a static system for our releases. But I do think that our exposure assessors, Maiko, can potentially address this with the actual data that and information that we have for our releases as well, to specifically address this this particular issue for this chemical. But in general, working with low soluble compounds in the laboratory just is very challenging, and it creates different physical conditions within that particular experiment that we just don't likely see in the environment.
Okay, well, we can revisit this at the in the actual charge questions and not necessarily belabor this one any further. I do have one more question that I wanted to ask, and that's related to the concept of read across. Was there any attempt made to do a read across analysis for toxicity of DIDP or DINP using other phthalates, as was done with the, and I know you used DINP for DIDP, and that was a near perfect match, but was there an attempt to do anything like that for toxicities of fish or other things that where the data were of limited availability or not available?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Dr. Cobb. So for comparing DIDP to other phthalates, or even DINP for other phthalates, of the phthalates we're currently assessing right now, DIDP and DINP have fairly unique properties for being the most insoluble of the phthalates we're currently looking at for risk evaluations. And so in the read across screening methodology, which we are asking a charge question on for the SAC to opine on the methodology, when it reaches the physical, chemical, and environmental fate transport similarity, we have a fairly simple screening step by log KOW and log KOC, and both DIDP and DINP met that screening criteria for each other, but the other phthalates did not agree with either of those.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So are there other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, I want to ask our DFO, Ala, do you think we should take a break now or should we continue? Do I have Ala there?
Yeah, but it's taking me a long time to unmute.
Okay.
Yeah, we could take a quick break, like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll start back with the oral public comments, and that'll give the media folks and the public commenters time to get things aligned.
All right.
So yeah, we'll see everybody back in at what time? 26 after the hour?
All right.
All right, see everybody then. All right, welcome back. And
right.
I'd see, Ala, do you have anything that you'd like to say before we start with the public comments?
No, we can start the public comments.
All right. And I have a list of the commenters here. I hope I have the right order. If for some reason I do not, I may turn it back over to Ala to introduce our speakers. And these will be 5-minute presentations, and then the committee can ask questions of the presenters after they're finished. So let's proceed to the first presenter, and it's Amanda Berger from Tox Strategies.
Hi, thank you for the introduction. My name's Amanda, and I'm a senior scientist at Tox Strategies. Today, I will present on the substantial body of evidence demonstrating DINP-induced liver tumors in rodents are mediated by the peroxisome proliferator activated receptor alpha mode of action, including lines of evidence and data that were not included in EPA's evaluation of the PPAR alpha mode of action. Before I begin, I want to note that this presentation was funded by ExxonMobil Biomedical Sciences. The comments and views expressed are my own. Next slide, please. In the draft cancer human health hazard assessment for DINP, EPA evaluated the evidence for the postulated PPAR alpha mode of action for liver tumors in rats and mice following DINP exposure. EPA concluded that there is strong evidence to support that the rodent liver tumors are mediated by the PPAR alpha MOA. There are additional lines of evidence and data that further support that the DINP-induced liver tumors are mediated by the PPAR alpha MOA that were not included by EPA in their evaluation of the rodent data for DINP. Next slide, please. The well-established PPAR alpha MOA for formation of liver tumors includes 4 key events, as shown in this figure, which is adapted from the 2018 Courtin et al. Publication. The lines of evidence supporting each key event are shown in the colored boxes. Lines of evidence presented in standard black text represent those that were considered by the EPA in the PPAR alpha mode of action evaluation. The 3 lines of evidence shown in bold and green indicate lines of evidence that were inadvertently not assessed by EPA, but for which there are data to support the PPAR alpha mode of action in rodents exposed to DINP. Specifically, regarding key event 1, EPA did not consider 2 associative events: decreased circulating triglycerides and hepatocellular hypertrophy or cytoplasmic alterations. And regarding key event 3, EPA did not consider increased liver weight. These additional lines of evidence further support EPA's conclusion regarding the PPAR alpha mode of action for DINP-induced liver tumors in rodents. Next slide. This slide shows the number of additional study data sets for lines of evidence that EPA inadvertently did not assess, which are highlighted in green, as well as the number of additional study data sets for lines of evidence that were included in the PPAR alpha mode of action evaluation by EPA, which are shown in white. A total of 23 additional peer-reviewed and laboratory report rodent studies were identified for key event 1, and 17 studies were identified with data regarding increased liver weight in rodents for key event 3. Additionally, there is an unpublished gene study that further supports the PPAR alpha activation in rodents by DINP, which was submitted to the docket. The inclusion of these data further increases the strength of the evidence for key events 1 and 3, and therefore contributes to an increase in the strength of the evidence that DINP-induced liver tumors are mediated by the PPAR alpha mode of action in rodents. We've provided a reference list as a part of the submitted materials, which identifies all of the additional studies that were inadvertently not assessed by EPA. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the studies that contain the additional data pertinent to the lines of evidence for key events 1 and 3. These additional rodent data sets come from both peer-reviewed studies and publicly available laboratory reports that were either not previously cited by the EPA in the mode of action evaluation, for which there were 10 studies, or studies that were cited by the EPA within the mode of action evaluation for some lines of evidence, but were inadvertently not included for other lines of evidence, for which there were 9 studies. Next slide. In summary, there are additional lines of evidence and study data not cited by the EPA in the PPAR alpha mode of action evaluation that further support that the PPAR alpha mode of action mediates DINP-induced liver tumors in rodents. These lines of evidence include associative events of decreased circulating triglycerides and hepatocellular hypertrophy for key event 1 and increased liver weight for key event 3. Further, there are additional study data supporting key events 1 and 3, including 23 data sets from 17 studies that are pertinent to the associative events of key event 1, and 17 studies with rodent liver weight data pertinent to key event 3. This larger evidence base further increases the confidence in EPA's conclusion that the DINP-induced liver tumors in rodents are mediated by the PPAR alpha mode of action. I appreciate the opportunity to present these comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? I see a hand raised from the meeting contact, but I don't think that's real. Or for the speaker. That's
for
just
the
the clock.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
are there any other comments from the committee? Questions? Dr. Fenner-Crisp.
Yes, my question is, did you find any data that describes better the differences in the receptor itself that is species driven?
There are data for mouse and human PPAR alpha receptor activation, which I believe someone else has submitted comments on, but there are also comments we submitted on the docket that explain the differences in the sensitivity. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Right. If there are no other questions, thank you for your comment, and we'll move to our next speaker, which is Paul DeLeo from the American Chemistry Council. Pardon me.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Cobb. Good day. I'm Paul DeLeo, Senior Director of Chemical Management at the American Chemistry Council. Yeah, I'm just speaking. This is my, I don't have slides per se. I appreciate the opportunity to provide our comments on the draft risk evaluation for DIDP. In particular, I'll be speaking to the occupational exposure assessment and charge question 1D regarding the screening level approach and potential refinements. ACC sponsored development of a framework for evaluating EPA's exposure assessment under TSCA risk evaluations, which was submitted to the SAC during the peer review of the formaldehyde draft risk evaluation. The purpose of the framework is to provide a stepwise procedure for the critical evaluation of exposure scenarios, exposure assessment methods, and individual exposure assessments performed by EPA in the TSCA risk evaluations. We applied the same framework to evaluate the exposure assessment portion of the DIDP risk evaluation. One of our consistent comments on the EPA risk evaluation process is that the agency needs to follow a tiered assessment approach consistent with agency guidance or other standard occupational exposure practices. In the case of DIDP, the draft risk evaluation, we find that EPA used an approach similar to other risk evaluations where it used worst case assumptions to derive a bounding estimate of occupational exposure for a condition of use. Those include assumptions of no engineering controls, no personal protective equipment, daily exposures for the entire day, and use of data for surrogate conditions of use or a surrogate chemical, DINP, that result in higher exposure estimates. There are a number of these bounding estimate assumptions that the SAC should consider. We bring to your attention the approach to potential exposure to chemical absorbed dust. EPA used particles not otherwise regulated, PNOR, that is general dust data, to estimate the range and respiratory fraction size distribution of dust considerations for a worker who may be exposed during operations involving DIDP. EPA refined the respirable PNOR range using OSHA Chemical Exposure Health Database datasets, which has unknown worker activity or sampling locations. The OSHA exposure monitoring data is intended to characterize exposure profiles for workers with the highest exposures and yields statistically biased high estimates of mean and upper bound percentiles for the entire worker population. According to EPA's 2019 guideline for exposure assessment, a bounding estimate is an estimate of exposure that is higher than the highest anticipated exposure to an individual life stage, group, or population. Bounding estimates show that true exposures are not greater than the estimated exposure. Assessors often use bounding estimates during screening level assessments to eliminate exposure pathways of minor importance from further consideration. So that's on page 63 of the guideline exposure assessment. So the use of bounding estimates is an appropriate part of a tiered assessment. However, those bounding assessments are not appropriate for conclusive assessment of unreasonable risk. Using a tiered approach, refinement would occur when exposure bounding estimates exceed the exposure benchmark. However, in this risk evaluation, unreasonable risk was identified for only one of 47 conditions of use. As such, the screening approach is appropriate for those COUs, and only in the case where unreasonable risk is suspected, additional refinement is needed prior to making such a determination. Regarding occupational exposure scenarios, we found them well organized and clearly mapped to the conditions of use in this risk evaluation. In addition, EPA followed its published hierarchy of data for occupational and consumer exposure information by prioritizing the use of monitoring data, then modeled approaches, and then other approaches if needed. However, we note that this approach is contrary to most tiered assessment approaches where the collection of monitoring data would be considered a higher tier approach, and we believe EPA should clarify the discrepancy between their data hierarchy and the guidance on exposure assessment. We commend EPA on the use of a flux-based approach for estimating dermal exposure. We believe this is a preferred approach rather than the dermal loading-based approach found in many of the previous risk evaluations, particularly given the highly conservative dermal loading assumptions that accompany EPA's use of that approach. We encourage EPA to continue the use of the flux-based approach for dermal exposure estimate. We're reassured by the improvements in occupational exposure assessment approaches in this risk evaluation and urge the SAC to continue fostering further progress. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for that comment. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we can move on to the next presenter, and that is Jennifer Foreman from the ACC High Phthalates panel.
Great. Thank you. My name is Jennifer Foreman. I am a regulatory affairs advisor with ExxonMobil and will be presenting on behalf of the ACC High Phthalate panel today. EPA has preliminarily selected the HED of 12 mg per kg per day based on decreased fetal testicular testosterone production for assessing risk from acute and intermediate duration exposures to DINP. I would like to briefly highlight two areas that contribute to a possible overestimation of risk when relying on this HED. Next slide, please. First is regarding the POD utilized. This HED is based on the default BMD 5% response rate calculated by the National Academies of Science in the report published in 2017. While EPA does not have clear and firm guidance to assist in making judgments on the selection of response levels, EPA's BMD guidance reflects the principle of considering both statistical and biological significance of the response level selected. In particular, the BMD guidance states, the ideal is to have a biological basis for the benchmark response for continuous data. There's little evidence to support a 5% change in testosterone production represents a biologically relevant response. Rather, evidence supports a reduction of at least 40% during the male programming window is required to induce effects associated with phthalate syndrome. A BMD 40% response rate was calculated by the National Academies and is available for use by the EPA. The biological basis of the 40% testosterone BMD in the National Academies report is based on data and analysis published by Haudeshell and Gray. The Gray study concluded a 57 to 72% reduction in testosterone is needed to induce a 5% increase in any phthalate syndrome malformation. The data for DINP are consistent with this high level of testosterone reduction needed to induce adverse outcomes. The few studies that have evaluated both testosterone and adverse outcomes report the low frequency, low severity outcomes reported in the studies coincide with testosterone reductions of greater than 60%. Of note, chance and bias cannot be ruled out for the few spurious effects identified in these studies at those reduction levels. Additionally, one study detected a greater than 65% reduction in testosterone at doses of 750 mg per kg and no associated apical outcomes. Use of the 5% BMD 5 over the BMD 40 represents an order of magnitude difference in the HED used for assessing risk at these life stages. As such, we request the SAC advise the EPA to characterize these data and remaining uncertainty associated with relying on a biologically relevant testosterone response rate. Next slide, please. The second consideration of where risk may be overestimated is regarding life stage relevance. It is well established that effects associated with rat phthalate syndrome require exposure during a very limited window of gestational development, referred to as the male programming window, marked by the red star in the figure on the right side of the slide. Only exposure during the male programming window causes the spectrum of disorders associated with rat phthalate syndrome to manifest at birth and/or into adulthood, whereas reduction of androgen outside of this window do not elicit rat phthalate syndrome. As such, the HED and related mode of action for effects associated with rat phthalate syndrome indicates the relevant exposures for human health risk assessment are during a human male programming window equivalent, which is approximately 8 to 14 weeks gestation. Therefore, the reduction in testosterone that serves as the basis of the acute and intermediate POD is considered of relevance for assessing risk to fetal males, thus relevant only for exposure to women of reproductive age. For DINP specifically, there is no evidence that exposure after the male programming window elicits any androgen-dependent outcomes, such as cryptorchidism or perturbed postnatal growth of reproductive organs to their pre-programmed size. Finally, the use of the BMD5 response for acute exposures is also likely to be an overestimation of risk, as applicability to acute exposures was supported by limited evidence at high doses of DBP can induce effects after a single or successive doses during the male programming window. The doses for these studies were almost 2 orders of magnitude higher than the BMD5L calculated for DBP by the National Academies. So 500 mg per kg per day in those studies versus the 5% response rate at 8 mg per kg per day. In closing, we propose that the evidence suggests uncertainty associated with the selected POD in life stages points to an overestimation of risk, and ask the SAC to comment on the scientific strengths and uncertainty for the presented refinements, which could be applied to the EPA screening assessment, particularly where MOEs are close to the selected benchmark of 30. Thank you. Appreciate letting me comment.
Thank you for the comment. Are there questions from I see Dr. Ottinger has her hand up.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Were other androgen-dependent prenatal and perinatal effects considered in terms of recommending any kind of lowering of the requirement? Because the critical window you're talking about only refers to really anatomical, and other HPG axes as well as thyroid and other axes are also dependent on androgen effects.
So this is specific to looking at studies and results which have occurred during that specific window. When you look at studies that occur outside that window, the doses are much higher, and it's pretty much limited to some histopathological effects in the testes. And that's generally with DBP or DEHP. You don't see those effects with DINP. So if you look at juvenile exposures or adult exposures, it occurs at much higher doses than what's selected from the prenatal exposures. And it also is not the full slate of effects which have been associated as rat phthalate syndrome, which are particular to that window of exposure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question and the answer. Seeing no further questions, thank you for that presentation, and we can move on to our next presenter.
Great, thank you.
And will be Suzanne Hartigan from the American Chemistry Council.
I think you're muted if you are talking.
Apologize, unmuting. I'm Suzanne Hartigan with the American Chemistry Council, and I will be presenting to you today on the uncertainties of the selected human equivalent doses for DINP and
Dr.
considerations.
Hartigan, can you speak up a little? You're a little bit low volume there.
Apologies, hold this closer. Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay, great. Thanks. You can go to the next slide. So in the draft non-cancer human health hazard assessment for DINP, EPA developed human equivalent doses based on allometric body weight scaling to the 3/4 power. The guidance EPA followed for HED derivation and selection of default UFAs for the benchmark MOE states that when the default HED approach is used in the absence of additional data informing consideration of interspecies differences, a residual default interspecies uncertainty factor of 3 remains. Additional guidance from EPA was published in 2014, which outlines considerations for deviating from default values, titled Guidance for Applying Quantitative Data to Develop Data-Derived Extrapolation Factors for Interspecies and Interspecies Extrapolation. Specifically, this guidance highlights consideration of human relevance for informing the interspecies uncertainty factor, such that the residual uncertainty of 3 may be modified based on available data. The guidance states the default uncertainty factor value is applied unless it can be concluded that the test species is equally or more susceptible than humans. We believe there are sufficient data to conclude that the test species is more susceptible than humans for the endpoints used as the basis for the derived DINP HEDs. Next slide, please. EPA's proposal is to use a point of departure for decreased fetal testicular testosterone production to characterize risk from exposure to DINP for acute and intermediate exposure scenarios. As summarized in the report in 2017 from the National Academies, the linkage between phthalate exposure, decreased testosterone, and phenotypic changes across species is uncertain. There are differences in the reported responses of rat, mouse, non-human primate, and human fetal testes, especially with regard to testosterone suppression. In particular, the data qualitatively indicate that human testes are less sensitive to the effects of phthalates than the rat testes. Multiple studies using human fetal testes implanted into an animal host demonstrate human fetal testes are insensitive to the anti-steroidogenic effects of DBP. The human xenograft model was tested to determine if it was sensitive enough to detect compounds known to decrease testosterone in humans, and was able to identify impacts with a positive control compound while seeing no impacts due to exposure to DBP. DBP is a phthalate consistently shown to decrease testosterone in rats, the test species for the HED. EPA can use this data to conclude the test species is more sensitive than humans for the endpoint used for the selected point of departure and justify the use of a 1 for the remaining UFA when calculating the benchmark MOE. Next slide. EPA's proposal is to use a point of departure based on liver toxicity to estimate non-cancer risks from oral exposure to DINP for chronic durations of exposure. Liver toxicity is the key study. Liver toxicity in the key study was characterized by increased liver weight, increased serum enzymes, and histopathological findings, for example, focal necrosis and spongiosis hepatis. All of these endpoints, except for spongiosis hepatis, occur as a result of PPAR alpha activation and are either key events or associated events of mode of action. There is no human correlate for spongiosis hepatis. Data from Bility et al. Looking at species differences in PPAR alpha receptor activation have demonstrated there's approximately a 5-fold difference in sensitivity of the human receptor to activation by DINP. EPA can use this data to conclude the test species is more sensitive than humans for the endpoint used for the selected point of departure and justify the use of 1 for the remaining UFA when calculating the benchmark NOE. Additionally, there is a secondary high-quality study that provides a no-effect level of 88 that is between the no effect level of 15 and the effect level of 152 mg per kg per day in the key study. This is a greater than 3-fold difference in viable points of departure that could have been selected by EPA, which provides EPA with additional confidence a reduction in the benchmark MOE would not be underestimating risk. The last slide has the references associated with this talk for your information, and I thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions from the committee? If there are none, thank you again, and we can move on to our next presentation. My list has Eileen Connolly, again from the American Chemistry Council.
I think she was going to be a backup for Suzanne, so we can move to
no, I understand now what that meant. So the next presenter then will be Thomas Emil. Oh, apologies.
That's okay. That's okay. And based on that, I'm assuming that my audio is adequate, that you can hear me. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Tom Hamil. I am Director of Regulatory Affairs for Techner Apex Company. Techner Apex is one of the companies that was party requesting the manufacturer's review of DINP, and also our primary business is as a custom compounder of plastics, including PVC. My comments today are on behalf of the ACC Higher Phthalates panel and reflect information that the panel gathered in discussing the conditions of use for PVC compounding with downstream users. And they also reflect information that was submitted to the docket as part of the Higher Phthalates panel comments. Could I have the next slide, please? This slide, to orient you, it provides an overview of the a generic overview of the PVC compounding process. The comments that I'm making are really directed more towards the central tendency and some of the assumptions that were made with regards to the PVC compounding condition of use. The hexagons represent align with the numbered bullets below. For the first part, when you're manufacturing PVC compounds, you initially mix all of the dry ingredients, including the PVC resin, before adding the plasticizer to the blender. As such, when you have dust monitoring issues in an occupational exposure setting, the dust that typically is involved contains no plasticizer. When the plasticizer is added, EPAs assume that the material will be handled in drums. However, DINP and DIDP are both commodity plasticizers. In almost all situations, they're going to be handled in bulk and pumped into the blender once the lid has been closed. So any exposures to dust that would occur from the initial adds would not contain DIDP or DINP. And once that addition to the blender has been initiated, the operator will typically move to another job, and there really would be no exposures at that time. Once the blending is completed, we move on to hexagon number 3. The blending vessel or the contents of the vessel will be transferred into a feed hopper. So there would not be any exposures at that point to the worker because there's no contact that is necessary at that stage. Moving on to the extrusion process and item number 4. The extruders are equipped with vapor removal and vapor capture devices because there may be volatiles that are emitted during the extrusion process. These hoods or vents are generally vented outside and are subject to Clean Air Act permitting requirements. Those requirements would be dependent upon the size of the facility, and they could be subject to Title V requirements. But from a worker exposure standpoint, you are not going to see the potential for dust exposures from that point on through the process, including during packaging, because any aerosols or any emissions would be drawn away from the worker and they wouldn't necessarily come back into the occupational environment. Finally, on this slide, when we're looking at producing compounds, what you will do is schedule them in campaigns so that there is not cleaning between batches. This is a batch operation. And so what you will try to do is minimize the number of cleaning events that you will have by just rerunning the next material over it, and again, reducing dermal exposures. Could I have the last slide, please? So this slide summarizes the conclusions that or the concerns that we've raised from this, from the condition of use. The facilities in the compounding industry generally operate on 5-day-a-week, 24-hour-a-day schedule, and not 365 days a year, as indicated in the COU. The batches are the process is batch in nature, so you're not going to have exposure for more than 8 hours per shift. And the exposure to dust does occur prior to plasticizer admission. Orthophthalates are also only a portion of the plasticizers used in the flexible PVC compounding world. We're looking at anywhere from 0.5% to 80%, and it's dependent upon facility and the end-use market. So that we see a lot of variability in that. And even where DIDP and DINP are used, it's typically less than 15 minutes per batch. And there is a typo on that, that it should say 15 minutes per batch, where the material is transferred from the tank into the blender. And then finally, if we go downstream of the blending process, the exposures are assumed to be minimal. There is some limited occupational monitoring data on it, but not a whole lot. But generally, it's about an order of magnitude lower than what we see in the blending area. And I apologize for running over and appreciate the opportunity to submit these comments.
All right, thank you for your comment. Are there questions from the committee? I actually have one, and it's based on your extruders and the exhaust. You mentioned the exhaust might be subject to different rules, and I wonder if you can speak to what those rules might be. For instance, are they heavily filtered? Those types of things in that exhaust for the extruders.
So that the requirements would be dependent upon the size of the facility and the emissions. Under the Clean Air Act, if you are if you emit a large enough quantity of pollutants, you'd be subject to Title V operating permits and also pollution control devices. Generally, what you would be looking at would be particulate matter. So you would generally have that screened through a dust collector. However, you have to be very careful in your material selection, because PVC, if you heat it up too much, can evolve HCl. So generally, you'd have to have some type of acid gas. The fabric would have to be resistant to any acids that you would get through, but that would be the standard. A smaller facility with that would be, the emissions would be low, might be subject to lesser requirements for control. Generally, we're seeing some type of control on all of our vents off of our processes where our facilities are located, but I can't speak to every facility that would be in the industry.
Certainly. I see a question from Dr. David.
Hi, just a question about the layout of the process of compounding, and that is, as I understand, for Technor Apex. How representative is that for other manufacturers? Do you know?
The information that we gathered, the panel surveyed some other manufacturers, and so the overall process where you would bring the resin and the plasticizer together in a blending vessel and then transfer that to the extruder was consistent with the companies that we surveyed. I can't speak to, say, a plastisol process that could be more of a continuous process, but on the compounding side, in the end we're making pellets. It is a batch in nature, and it's fairly standard processing across the industry, to my knowledge.
And that would include the engineering controls?
Yes, yeah, because with the particularly off the extruder, because as I mentioned in the last question, you could have the possibility of evolving HCl from if the PVC starts to degrade. So the recommended practice is to pull the vapors away from the breathing zone and in the working environment and get that off out of the facility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. If there are no further questions, we can move on to our next speaker. And I have Rashmi Jolekar, is that right, on the docket next?
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm Rashmi Jolekar. I'm the Associate Director of Science Policy and Engagement at the UCSF Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment. The DIDP draft risk evaluation and the DINP draft hazard assessment failed to incorporate the best available science and make a number of scientifically unsupported assumptions that, if adopted, will result in acceptance of serious risks to human health and set a dangerous precedent for future TSCA risk evaluations. We submitted detailed comments in response to both documents, and I encourage you to read those. Today, I'll just be highlighting our main concerns that we urge the SAC to take into consideration. First, EPA has failed to identify and evaluate relevant health effect studies for DIDP and DINP in a manner that's consistent with the best available science. For example, both assessments inappropriately excluded all human epidemiological studies from dose response assessment and relied on systematic review methods that lack transparency and inappropriately excluded toxicity studies without scientific justification. For both DIDP and DINP, EPI studies published after 2019 were only considered if they were submitted to the EPA docket. Toxicological studies published after 2019 were not considered at all. These practices are inconsistent with the best available science. Both the NAS and the EPA SAC have recommended systematic review methods that require comprehensive and transparent review, and EPA has still not implemented these recommendations. Second, EPA's hazard assessments for both chemicals are inconsistent with the best available science and lead to a serious underestimation of risk. EPA violated its own guidance and failed to apply benchmark dose modeling to derive non-cancer points of departure, leaving uncertainty whether the most sensitive endpoints were selected. EPA also failed to rely on best available scientific methods to quantify non-cancer risks for both chemicals, leading to serious underestimations of risk. We applied methods developed by the World Health Organization to quantify the non-cancer risk of developmental toxicity from chronic DIDP exposure and found that EPA's current MOE approach considers exposures acceptable that result in an upper bound risk level of 1 in 100, a risk level 10,000 times higher than the 1 in 1 million target risk level that EPA typically applies for protection of carcinogenic risks. Similarly, for non-cancer risk of liver toxicity from chronic DINP exposure, we found that the MOE approach considers exposures acceptable that result in an upper bound risk of 1 in 200, a risk level 5,000 times higher than that target risk level. Third, there are serious inconsistencies between EPA's risk estimates and EPA's conclusions regarding unreasonable risk for DIDP. Not only did EPA rely on the flawed MOE risk characterization approach, but they also downplayed and discounted risks that were identified using this flawed approach. EPA used primarily central tendency exposure estimates for workers and consumers in its unreasonable risk determination, disregarding unreasonable risks of non-cancer effects for 50% of the human population, including potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations. For example, in the DIDP draft risk evaluation, EPA found that only one occupational condition of use presented unreasonable risk to human health, despite 9 other COUs having MOEs less than the benchmark MOE, results that would have previously translated into a determination that all 10 occupational COUs contributed to unreasonable risk. Instead, EPA dismissed these risks without scientifically supported rationale. It's concerning that EPA disregarded high-end risk estimates at the final stages of risk determination only after finding that these risks are high, an approach that has only been previously employed in the TSCA formaldehyde draft risk evaluation. In doing so, EPA continues to set a dangerous precedent that even when EPA calculates risk, it can disregard that risk without scientific justification. Finally, EPA does not consider real-world exposures and risks. For example, EPA failed to consider exposures from non-TSCA uses for DIDP and DINP, including exposures through food packaging and personal care products. Given that food is the primary route of exposure to both chemicals in children and adults, EPA will understate the risks to the general population from the TSCA uses of these chemicals if it does not take these background exposures into account. EPA also failed to adequately identify potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations and consider factors that increase susceptibility to harm. The best available science shows that individuals are more susceptible to harm from chemical exposures due to both intrinsic factors like life stage or underlying disease and extrinsic factors like psychosocial stress from racial injustice. EPA failed to adequately consider any of these susceptibility factors in the draft risk evaluation, ignoring the best available science and leaving communities at continued risk of harm from DIDP exposure. Improvements to its assessments for both chemicals can be made today using existing scientific methods to better protect human health, and we encourage you to read our detailed comments to refer to these recommendations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Are there questions from the committee? So I'll just say I found your comments very interesting, and we will certainly be considering them carefully. So thank you very much.
Great, thanks so much.
So now we can move on to our next speaker, Kelly Lester from Earth Justice.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kelly Lester. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice. Earth Justice and other organizations, including Environmental Defense Fund, who you'll hear from shortly, submitted written comments on the draft DIDP risk evaluation and draft DINP hazard assessment. Today, I want to highlight 2 points we made in our comments, both of which were just touched on by Dr. Joglekar, regarding how EPA inappropriately derived and interpreted its risk estimates in the draft DIDP risk evaluation. Essentially, EPA impermissibly concluded that risks that exceed its own risk benchmark do not contribute to unreasonable risk, and even the risks that it calculated were understated because EPA failed to consider relevant exposures. So first, in deciding whether various conditions of use, which I'll call COUs, of DIDP contribute to unreasonable risk, EPA interpreted its risk estimates in a manner that is inconsistent with its past practice and is not justified. EPA calculated non-cancer risks to both workers and consumers that exceed EPA's longstanding unreasonable risk benchmark. That is, it calculated MOEs for multiple exposure scenarios that are below the benchmark MOE, but nonetheless concluded that the relevant COUs do not contribute to unreasonable risk. As one example, EPA calculated risks to workers from high-end exposures associated with multiple COUs that exceed EPA's risk benchmark. But instead of finding that those COUs contribute to DIDP's unreasonable risks, EPA asserted that the COUs at issue are best represented by central tendency exposures, which did not generate risks exceeding EPA's benchmark. That's not only contrary to EPA's past practice of making risk determinations based on high-end exposures, but it also violates TSCA, which requires EPA to consider the risks to those who face higher than average exposures to a chemical. And EPA failed to rationally explain why the COUs at issue are better represented by central tendency exposures. As another example, EPA calculated risks to infants from exposure to DIDP in wallpaper that exceed EPA's benchmarks, but it nevertheless determined that this exposure scenario does not contribute to unreasonable risk. It attempted to justify its decision by casting as overly conservative its exposure assumptions, including the entirely realistic assumption that some infants stay home all day. Here too, EPA's conclusion is not rationally supported and is contrary to TSCA's mandate to address risk to individuals who experience above average exposures. Second, EPA underestimated DIDP's risks because EPA did not consider all relevant exposures. I'll highlight 3 areas where EPA failed to do so, but there are others identified in the comments that we submitted to the docket. So 1, EPA failed to consider all relevant exposure routes for consumers. For example, EPA only assessed exposures from ingestion of dust for DIDP-containing articles that EPA characterized as contributing to DIDP dust concentrations significantly, because those articles have a large surface area. This approach violates TSCA, which requires EPA to consider all DIDP exposures. It also irrationally assumes that an article's surface area is the only factor that determines its contribution to DIDP dust concentrations, rather than, for example, how an article is used and how much DIDP it contains. And EPA did not consider dermal exposures that are reasonably foreseen, such as from adults handling children's toys or toddlers touching a shower curtain. 2, EPA failed to aggregate exposures to workers and to consumers across conditions of use that are reasonably foreseen to occur in combination, as it must do under TSCA. EPA said it did not consider total exposures associated with multiple COUs because it supposedly did not find any evidence to support such an aggregate analysis. But it's foreseeable that individuals will be exposed to DIDP from, for example, both wallpaper and shower curtains in their homes, and that workers exposed to DIDP on the job will also be exposed from products in their homes. And authorities such as the CPSC CHAP have developed scenario-based exposure assessments for DIDP that account for aggregate exposures from multiple conditions of use. And 3, EPA did not account for background exposures from so-called non-TSCA uses, such as food contact materials and cosmetics, instead proceeding as if those exposure sources do not exist and do not contribute to people's overall DIDP body burden. This is contrary to TSCA's mandates, including its directive to conduct risk evaluations in accordance with the best available science, that compel consideration of these background exposures. In order to fully account for the risks presented by DIDP, EPA must consider how all sources of exposure to this chemical contribute to overall risk and exposure faced by individuals, including and especially potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulations. EPA must correct these errors in the final DIDP risk evaluation so that it accounts for all relevant DIDP exposures and appropriately considers how those exposures contribute to risk. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you again for your presentation, and we can move to our next speaker. I have Sylvia Malberti on my list.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Silvia Malberti, and I am a senior exposure scientist at ExxonMobil Biomedical Sciences. Today, I will be discussing comments submitted to the docket by the ACC Hyatt Thalates panel. I thank you for the opportunity to provide the EPA with comments regarding the draft risk evaluation for DIDP. In particular, I will be speaking to the consumer exposure assessment methodology and charge question 1A regarding the screening level approach and potential refinements. As stated in slide 1, or next one, EPA used its own consumer exposure model developed to estimate human exposures from diverse consumer products through various pathways. The model uses many default parameters or calculates them using basic physical-chemical properties such as vapor pressure. The combination of these conservative assumptions tends to represent worst-case scenarios, which can yield a bounding estimate. In other words, more than a high-end estimate for a plausible distribution of exposures. This is a streamlined approach to screen out pathways that do not present unreasonable risk, even though the predicted exposures might not be physically possible. In general, EPA's exposure assessment guidelines require a tiered approach where refinement is required to ascertain exposures, especially when using a bounding estimate. However, since unreasonable risk was not determined for any of these conditions of use, this screening approach is sufficient and no additional refinement would be needed. Nevertheless, if these estimates of exposures were to be used for other purposes, like a cumulative risk assessment, additional refinements would be needed. Slide 2, next slide. I present some recommendations for refinements. With regards to inhalation exposures, EPA could consider some recent studies demonstrating the low concentration of DIDP and even DINP in the gas phase, such as Bai et al. 2024 or Eichler et al. In 2018. For DIDP and similar higher molecular weight plasticizers, the concentration in air does not seem to follow the linear relationship of concentration and vapor pressure as utilized in the CEM model, which might explain the overestimation of the predicted inhalation exposures. With regards to dust ingestion, EPA estimated DIDP exposure by aggregating modeled mouthing, suspended dust ingestion, and settled dust ingestion. They acknowledge that the relative contributions for each ingested source will differ among life stages, but this approach yields an unreasonably high dust ingestion rate. This is shown in table 4.8, where the modeled exposures are much higher than the monitored exposures. This indicates that the modeling approach used is conservative and fit for purpose for screening, but would likely need to be revisited for a refinement is pursued, as EPA anticipates. For further refinement, EPA could consider comparing these modeling approaches with the DustX modeling tool from RIVM. Although the DIDP physical chemical properties might fall outside of this domain, this is useful also for other phthalates. Additionally, EPA could investigate the use of their risk assessment, identification, and ranking indoor and consumer exposure model, or RADAR-ICE, described by Lee et al. In 2018. It provides a multimedia modeling approach based upon a function that predicts indoor dust concentrations of plasticizers and other chemicals. As a benchmark exercise, EPA also considered the enhanced biomonitoring data to aid in estimating exposures to phthalates from all pathways, TSCA and not TSCA uses. Although the biomonitoring data may lack contextual information on what consumer products an individual might have been in contact with, and national biomonitoring data would capture widespread uses with everyday contact. This data could also be used to validate model exposures from a single source in widespread use. So the references mentioned in these comments are also provided in the recontained document submitted to the docket. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. Other questions?
Yes, this is Dr. Chasen. I have a question. I couldn't find my hand thing, so sorry.
It's okay, don't worry. Go.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of how, if we use the Rhythms dust modeling tool, and if we used NHANES biomonitoring, do you have some kind of estimate as to how much of a change that would actually make in the exposure assessments equivalent?
So I did run them. Actually, I didn't present them here because I didn't submit it to the docket, and it would be take a long time. For air, we're talking an estimate that would be at least 3 orders of magnitude lower. And for dust, it's about 2 orders of magnitude lower. I'm happy to share my estimates. I use the EPA inputs, and I use the DustX model for that. However, with the DIDP, as I mentioned earlier, because of the KOA being outside of the model parameters, I had to use a lower KOA, which would over-predict then the exposure.
It might be helpful if you provided that calculation or some descriptions of the calculation.
Okay, so I full disclosure, they have not been peer reviewed, but I'm more than happy to share them. And from the biomonitoring data, my colleague Wahian will be presenting in a few minutes, so you'll see that.
So were you using the what were the factors that had the greatest impact on the differences in the answers? Because the DustX modeling tool has some very different approaches than CEM. So in your opinion, what were the driving factors that could get 3 orders or 2 orders of magnitude difference for the dust? Do you have any guess on that?
I'm not an expert in the calculations per se, but definitely the KOA, the way the KOA is used and estimated, and that drives the estimation of the concentration of saturation in air, will then drive super high concentrations in air. And if you compare the predicted exposures, the predicted concentrations in air, I use in the CEM, I compared the EHP, DINP, and DIDP, and oddly enough, the predicted concentrations in air were 6 times greater than the predicted concentrations from DEHP, which makes no sense because DEHP is more volatile. And if you see all of the literature, the concentrations of DEHP are much, much greater than DINP and DIDP. So it's definitely the way the concentration of saturation is measured, and it's because of that linear relationship between concentration and vapor pressure, I believe.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's very helpful.
Other questions? I actually have one about you were talking about the vapor concentrations. How does the approach that you were using or include aerosols rather than actual vapors in that context?
So I do not believe that the CEM or the DustX model would use aerosols in the way, I'm an industrial hygienist, so the way I define aerosols is very particular. And so I would think that a substance it's beyond semi-volatile, right? So especially these higher molecular weight phthalates, they're like very, very barely volatile. So you wouldn't expect having an aerosol, but definitely maybe some migration and then absorption into surfaces or into dust that has been all hypothesized and measured. Dr. Lee, who's in amongst you guys, has done some of that, and Dr. Little, many others who have done those measurements for sure. So I wouldn't expect aerosols by themselves. I would expect if it volatilizes, it would immediately deposit.
Well, thank you for answering our questions, and thank you for that presentation. And now we'll move to our next speaker, who is is it Ken?
Yes. Hi everyone, this is Hua Qian. I'm exposure scientist with ExxonMobil Biomedical Science. I'm here to present exposure estimates and risk determinations based on enhanced by monitoring data for benchmarking EPA exposure modeling. EPA has preliminarily concluded DIDP poses unreasonable risk based on one condition of use, following a screen level assessment that includes multiple areas of conservativeness. While this is appropriate in a screen level assessment, EPA should further refine their assumptions if they're going to determine unreasonable risk. So we recommend EPA use enhanced by monitoring data as a bounding exposure estimates for condition of use in the margin of exposure estimation, because it represents exposure from both TSCA and non-TSCA exposure sources. Next slide, please. The CDC has been collecting the urine metabolite data for DINP and DIDP since 2005 and 2006 cycle, and with the 2017 and 18 being the most recent data cycle available for phthalates. Enhance is designed to provide results representative to the US general population and subpopulation by considering all the potential exposure sources through all relevant exposure pathways. And from the graph there, you can see the total exposure levels to DIDP and DINP have been decreasing since their peak in 2011 and 12. And we just showed the change of the DINP exposure level over time for the DINP, just as example here. And the 2017 and this 18 data cycle can represent exposure levels today, and the 2011 and 12 can be used as the high-end exposure bounding. And then their 95th percentile can be benchmark highly exposed individuals due to TSCA and or non-TSCA sources. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we outline daily intake levels calculated for the general populations at the different life stages based on two separate methodologies. The value depicted for the 50th percentile, so you can look at the top two lines in the table, are calculated using linear extrapolation following the standard methods. And the value depicted as the median and its 95th upbound value are from a publication by US EPA Center for Computational Toxicology and Exposure, Office Research and Development. So the paper characterized the chemical exposure trends from enhanced urinary biomonitoring data by Centerfield in 2024. And if you're focusing on the blue line in the table, you can see exposure levels based on the linear extrapolation methods about order of magnitude more conservative than those generated by the Bayesian methodology from the EPA's paper. Next one, please. Here we combine the exposure data based on the linear extrapolation methods, the one I just mentioned before. It's more conservative than the EPA's methodology for the most recent enhanced cycle 2017, as well as the 2011-2012. As this cycle represents peak exposure to DINP and the DIDP, which has been decreasing since then, we propose the peak levels from 2011 and 12 can be used as the upper bound estimation for individuals that include those exposed to TSCA condition of uses. Next one. This table shows the margin of exposure for both DINP and the DIDP for the two survey cycles and for US populations at their different life stages. And risk estimates based on the high-end exposure levels, like 95th percentile, are generally intended to cover individuals with sentinel exposure levels, where risk estimates at the 50 percentile value exposure are generally representative for average or typical exposure level. And in the table, you can see the aggregate exposure to all sources, both tasker and non-tasker, yield a margin of exposure above the benchmark value of 30 established by EPA at both today's exposure level and the during peak exposure levels. And when benchmark against EPA's exposure estimates, this value should give EPA confidence that realistic exposure and high-end exposure to both DINP and DIDP from all sources do not present unreasonable risk. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Kim? If not, thank you very much. We'll move to our next speaker.
Dr. Cobb,
Yes.
sorry to
Oh, I
interrupt.
didn't see you.
Oh, that's okay. It took me a minute to find the button. I do have a quick question. Two short questions just to put that conversation about NHANES data in context. First, my understanding is that production volume of DIDP has actually been increasing since that last NHANES data cycle, so that exposure trends may be up again. And so I'll pause there if you have any response to that.
Yeah, I think the latest enhanced survey cycle available for phthalates is 2017 and 18. So that's the latest information we can. So if you are thinking about the recent years, like, since pandemic, and that date may not be available yet for us to, make any of the observation or comments on that. Right.
Thank you. And then the second question has to do with the metabolites of DINP and DIDP that are represented in the NHANES analyte list. And so just when we back calculate to get to do the reverse dosimetry to figure out what the dust or total exposures were, if we're not looking at every metabolite, then there has to be a correction for that. So just wondering with the data that you presented, how that was done.
Yeah, I think for the lineage ablation, we're basically considering the metabolites which coming from the parent compound, and also considering the urinary excretion rate and the creatinine level, and the molecular weight for both the parent and the metabolites to do the back calculation. And then the reason we're comparing with the EPA's Bayesian approach, just to benchmark, see, because they do the whole literature mining to see create they call the parent chemical and the metabolite map. So by mining all the PubMed literature, so it should be more comprehensive. And then, so the level from our approach is higher than what has been published by the EPA using the Bayesian approach.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
And sorry, just add to the previous question you have regarding the recent, production of volume. But when we see the pattern, the list for the last couple cycles, we see actually 2011 and 12 actually reached to the high level concentration and it goes down. So that's why we're using 2011 and 12 data to benchmark or represent even the 95th percentile for that cycle to represent the high exposure level.
Okay, and we don't know then how 2011-12 sort of production volumes of DIDP compared to, say, the last couple of years?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for the question.
Dr. Chason?
Yes, I have two questions. One, if the production volume goes up, I'm going to make an assumption here, and please, I'm asking you to correct it or to elaborate on it. Even if a production volume goes up for this kind of chemical that's used in conjunction with different kinds of polymers, would it automatically mean that the exposure or the amount that was available to be picked up by humans would necessarily also be higher, or would the amount that was biologically available be highly influenced by the type of polymer or the type of use of the combination? And related to that question, I saw reference to phthalates being used in fracking. Can you speak to that? Thank you.
Let me try to answer the first question first. I think the second question is beyond my knowledge scope or my expertise to answer. And so I think the first question is not necessary, depending on the use of the phthalates you're making, right? The increase of the production volume, depending on how you use that, the phthalates, whether you're using the working environment or you actually become certain wide use, spread use, and which the general public is more available to them. So the level of exposure will be different, because in the working environment, and they have the engineer control, and they have other type of the control to make sure the exposure level actually is below the safe level for work population. And then the enhance should be using more as additional line of the evidence to provide information for the general public, which may contain the worker and the consumer and the various of the different populations. So I think that the short answer is not necessarily linked to the production volume on the exposure. It depending on the use and depending on the, as you mentioned, like whether some of the product may be in a design and the phthalates may not be easily migrate. So there's different elements. And it's not simple one-to-one relationship.
Thank you. What about uses in fracking? How prevalent is that with any of the phthalates? Do you know?
I have no idea. Sorry, that's beyond my knowledge.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry, I was muted. We'll move to our next speaker, who is Nigel Sargentson. Did I get that close?
That's very good, Dr. Cobb. Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Nigel Sargentson. I'm a senior advisor with Burson in Brussels, working as consultants for ExxonMobil. My presentation concerns the low hazard potential of DINP for the male rat reproductive system. EPA has initially selected the HED of 12 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day based on decreased fetal testicular testosterone production for assessing risks from acute and intermediate duration exposure to DINP. Setting an HED on a key event upstream from adverse outcomes is reasonable when the assumption that the intrinsic ability of the substance to cause the downstream toxic effect are consistent with existing evidence. However, the assumption that DINP reduces testosterone to an extent necessary and sufficient to induce malformations on the reproductive tract is counter to the existing evidence, and it is my contention that EPA has not clearly characterized this evidence, how it informs confidence in the HED, and how it lends to an overestimation of risk for acute and intermediate exposures to DINP. Turning to slide 1. Apical outcomes associated with phthalate syndrome have either been inconsistently reported or not reported at all following exposure to DINP. Given the short time today, not all data can be shown, but I will emphasize 3 endpoints. The first is AGD. AGD is a sensitive indicator of in utero androgen levels, such that a shortened AGD serves as a useful biomarker for biologically meaningful reductions in fetal androgen levels in the male programming window. DINP's ability to reduce AGD is shown on the top right of the slide. Each color represents an individual study that evaluated AGD at the doses tested. The colors with black outlines indicate when a statistically significant finding was reported. As can be seen, only at one dose in one study was there a statistically significant finding. Hence, the figure shows that overwhelmingly the data do not support an ability of DINP to induce a statistically significant measurable change in AGD. The low frequency, low magnitude changes, and lack of reproducibility of findings lend low confidence to a conclusion that DINP is able to induce effects on AGD. Similarly, gross male reproductive tract malformations such as cryptorchidism or hyperspadias have not been reported in any studies on DINP. The figure on the bottom right shows that for none of 4 studies have observed a significant increase in these outcomes. So by and large, the weight of evidence reflects that DINP does not induce the adverse outcomes encompassed in rat Thallian syndrome, including hyperspadias, cryptorchidism, underdeveloped Wolffian duct, decreased accessory sex organ weight, or impaired fertility. Now, of course, the data set is not entirely void of observations. There is a statistically significant increase in tissue abnormalities. These have been reported in some studies at high doses of DINP. However, the low frequency, low severity, lack of reproducibility in the nature of observations across studies does not allow ruling out of chance, confounding factors, or bias as an explanation for these outcomes. As well, the high dose at which effects have been observed must be considered when concluding on hazard potential, particularly because saturation of DINP metabolism has been shown to occur at 750 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day. If efficacy of DINP is maximized at 750 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day, and DINP does not induce adverse outcomes in rat studies below this dose, this indicates that the concentration of DINP necessary and sufficient to induce the maximal cellular response necessary to manifest adverse outcomes is not achievable. This calls into question the appropriateness of testosterone or rat Thalate syndrome in general as a POD in the risk evaluation for DINP. In its weight of the evidence conclusion, EPA implies DINP can induce adverse outcomes downstream of androgen disruption. We request the SAC to advise EPA to clearly represent the weight of the evidence in relation to adversity, and that the uncertainty in DINP's efficacy to induce toxic effects be better characterized in the POD justification. The next slide shows the key references relevant to the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you for your presentation. And are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again, and we can move to our next speaker, who is Chad Thompson from Tox Strategies.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
You can.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Dr. Chad Thompson. I'm a senior managing scientist at Tox Strategies. I am speaking at the request today of ExxonMobil. The views expressed will be my own, and I'm going to be presenting evidence that the DINP PPAR mode of action in rodents is not relevant to humans. So you could skip to slide 3, please. So once a mode of action has been established in rodents, the human relevance of that mode of action can be assessed by answering 2 questions described in the IPCS Human Relevance Framework. The first question is whether there are sufficient qualitative differences in rodents and humans that would preclude that mode of action from occurring in humans. The second question is whether there is evidence for quantitative differences that render the mode of action in rodents unlikely to occur in humans. In the case of the PPAR alpha mode of action for liver tumors, an expert panel in Corton et al. 2014 concluded that there were some lingering uncertainties that would prevent the panel from broadly concluding that the PPAR mode of action cannot occur in humans based on potential qualitative differences. However, if we go to slide 4, there was a broad consensus that there were quantitative differences that supported that the PPAR alpha mode of action, quote, was not relevant to humans. And among those panelists that were hesitant to make absolute conclusions, they considered the mode of action as unlikely to be relevant to humans. Slide 5. This conclusion was further refined for weak PPAR alpha activators as, quote, highly unlikely to be relevant to humans, with one of the examples provided being a phthalate, DEHP. Slide 6. These conclusions in Courtin et al. 2014 were subsequently reaffirmed by another expert panel in a publication by Felter et al. 2018, and the authors of an AOP wiki, PPAR alpha induced liver tumors in rodents, provide the strongest conclusion, stating that the PPAR alpha mode of action / AOP has, quote, no potential application for human health risk assessment. Slide 7. So the draft non-cancer human health hazard assessment for DINP concluded that the weight of evidence supports a PPAR alpha mode of action for DINP-induced liver effects in rodents. EPA concluded that the DINP was not likely to be carcinogenic to humans at doses below levels that do not result in PPAR alpha activation. This conclusion is generally consistent with those previously mentioned regarding the overall lack of human relevance of this mode of action. However, there are DINP-specific data that support making a chemical-specific determination that the mode of action for this weak PPAR alpha activator lacks human relevance. Slide 8. So qualitative differences exist between rodent and primate responses to DINP, including associative events related to key event 1, which is receptor activation, and key event 3, altered cell growth and survival. As shown in this table, multiple studies demonstrate a lack of peroxisomal beta oxidation in human and monkey hepatocytes, which would be indicative of PPAR alpha activation. Nor has peroxisomal beta oxidation and hepatocellular hypertrophy been observed in vivo in monkeys exposed to DINP. Likewise, downstream events such as altered cell proliferation and suppression of apoptosis have not been observed in human hepatocytes, and nor has increased hepatocellular proliferation or increased liver weight been observed in exposed monkeys. Slide 9. So in addition to these qualitative differences, quantitative differences exist between rodent and human PPAR alpha receptor activation by MINP, which is the primary metabolite of DINP. And here you can see species differences in the potency of MINP with regard to the PPAR alpha receptor activation in vitro, where the activation of the human PPAR alpha occurs at a much higher concentration than in the mouse. Slide 10. So in conclusion, using the IPCS framework, there is qualitative and quantitative evidence that the PPAR alpha mode of action for DINP lacks human relevance. And while it may be the case that EPA cannot conclude that the mode of action for all PPAR alpha activators lack human relevance, the EPA could make a chemical-specific determination that the PPAR alpha mode of action for DINP is not relevant for human health risk assessment. And the final slide are some references for some of the slides. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for that presentation. And are there questions? Seeing none, I think we have one more presenter, and that is Paige Varner from the Environmental Defense Fund.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for making it with me to the end of these comments. My name is Paige Varner, and I'm a scientist with Environmental Defense Fund. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. While EPA claims to have taken a pragmatic and conservative approach in the draft risk evaluation for DIDP, we believe that EPA has instead underestimated exposures to and risk of DIDP, particularly in vulnerable and highly exposed populations. This is first exhibited in EPA's failure to consider background DIDP exposures and cumulative exposures to other phthalates and developmental toxicants in the risk evaluation. As mentioned previously, EPA must account for background exposures to DIDP. These exposures include significant non-TSCA sources of DIDP, such as through personal care products and food packaging. For example, studies such as the 2024 study by Shildreth et al. Have found that elevated concentrations of DIDP metabolites in Black women that correlate with use of products such as perfume, lotion, makeup, nail polish, and vaginal powders and deodorants. FDA studies have also found DIDP and other phthalates in food packaging, with other studies finding ultra-processed food is associated with urinary concentrations of DIDP metabolites. Additionally, EPA's failure to account for cumulative exposures from other phthalates and other developmental toxicants has also underestimated DIDP's potential for harm. It shares the common endpoint of developmental toxicity with numerous other phthalates, as the National Toxicology Program concluded 25 years ago. EPA has already heard from the SAC that the best available science for chemical assessment includes consideration of cumulative risks and that such assessment is a necessary step under TSCA. To comply with TSCA's mandate to use the best available science and to complete a comprehensive assessment, EPA must at minimum consider the cumulative risk posed by co-exposure to DIDP and other phthalates, either in the final DIDP risk evaluation or in EPA's pending phthalates cumulative risk assessment. These background and cumulative exposures are especially important to consider for potentially exposed or susceptible populations who are at greater risk than the general population of adverse health effects. EPA failed to consider relevant populations that face greater exposure or susceptibility. For example, evidence shows that Black and Latina pregnant people experience disproportionately higher exposures to phthalates, including DIDP, which is associated with shortened gestation, lower birth weight, and lower birth length of offspring compared to white people. Further studies show that individuals with lower incomes are more highly exposed to phthalates, including DIDP. Prevalent non-chemical stressors commonly experienced by these groups, such as food insecurity and psychological stress from racial injustice, also likely contribute to this disparity in health outcomes. EPA must use available data to characterize the increased risks to these groups in its final risk evaluation, rather than relying on the interspecies uncertainty factor to account for these adverse exposures and risks. The interspecies uncertainty factor does not address increased risks faced by specific subpopulations due to greater exposure. Instead, it is designed to account for inherent variations in susceptibility within the general population of healthy adults. Lastly, for EPA's risk evaluation of DIDP, EPA failed to consider information that it could possess or reasonably generate, obtain, and synthesize, partly by not considering any studies after 2019 as part of its systematic review. In doing so, EPA failed to consider important studies on DIDP, such as a 2021 toxicokinetics study by Jiang et al. That measured DIDP and its metabolites in urine, suggesting urine as a major biomarker of DIDP. Another study by Xie et al. In 2024 reports depression-like behavioral changes in mice offspring following prenatal exposure to both DIDP and ozone, which supports the identification of an additional susceptible subpopulation as those who are also exposed to high levels of ozone. As it relates to the draft hazard assessment for DINP, EPA unreasonably dismissed benchmark dose modeling results based on liver endpoint variability and model uncertainty. Variability in liver endpoints is expected given the broad range of liver effects assessed along the toxicological continuum. Further, a BMD/BMDL ratio above 3 does suggest model uncertainty, but this is not an established criterion for dismissing BMD modeling results. In fact, the use of a NOEL is itself a source of uncertainty. EPA should instead use the lowest BMDL from its benchmark dose modeling rather than the NOEL as a point of departure for chronic oral exposures to DINP. We have submitted these comments and more in written comments along with Earth Justice to EPA and the SAC, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your comment. Are there questions? Seeing none, I think we can close the public comment section. Is that everyone, Ella?
Yes, this is everyone.
Okay, well, we are about 10 minutes before the planned adjourning time. Is that correct?
Right, but the agenda is flexible.
Well, I'm not sure we want to, I think we're right on time for the agenda. So I do not think we should move into the charge questions today. I think we can begin that tomorrow. I do want to ask the committee quickly if there's interest in using some of the breakout rooms that we had talked about for Zoom.
Dr. Cobb, this is Dr. Chasen. I would appreciate it if people who are involved with 1A in particular would be able to use the breakout room to get some of our responses, a little better organized for presentation tomorrow.
Understood. I think that's feasible. Dr. Ottinger, you had your hand up.
Yeah, same for me. And I guess we have to sort out who is in which one and
Yeah.
organize them.
So which question for you, Dr. Ottinger?
I believe it's 2A. Let me double check. Yeah, it would be 2A.
Okay. So what we have 1A and we have 2A. Dr. David?
And same for me, 2B and 2C. Sorry, 1A, 1B and 1C.
Okay, Dr. David?
Well, I was just going to suggest that the lead discussants, as we go through these, if they feel that there's need for some further discussion and maybe they can recommend that rather than necessarily all groups.
I agree. I agree. And so I think that's what we're doing now. Did you have a need for your group?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think we're good.
I think the 1s and 2s are the ones coming up sooner. So I have right now 1A, 1B, 1C, and 2. What was it, Marianne?
2A.
2A.
Maybe, I don't know when you want to do what. I was going to suggest.
Let's think that through for just a second. Dr. Fenner-Crisp?
My question to Dr. Ottinger, that is 2A for DIDP, not 2A for DINP, right?
Correct, yes. Yeah, I know, it's confusing.
Right. And I did have another question about availability of the commenters' presentation sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
It would be very helpful if we had them.
Yeah. I think
ASAP, so we'd have them at hand while we have our discussions.
Ala will try his best to get those to us as quickly as possible. Dr. Lee?
Oh, actually, I just have a quick question. So tomorrow, for example, the lead discussion need to read off all the comments from the whole group, or they just read, for example, some very brief summary and then invite every single one to present their own ideas?
So we have found that it is most efficient for the lead to present the entire response, but you don't have to put all the detail, right? We can talk about this maybe offline, either on a phone call or email. It doesn't have to have every bit of detail just so that the spirit of it is captured, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we can talk about this afterwards so that everybody in the public meeting isn't addressing
Okay,
this.
yeah.
Okay?
Okay, all right, thanks.
Dr. Chasen.
Yes, if Dr. Lee is going to be in his own breakout, then he won't be participating in the one we're having. So, Dr. Lee, to simplify this, why do we keep, there was a long list of things that you noted that were worthy of comment for 1AI.
Okay.
This gets complicated. And what I'll do in the presentation tomorrow is I've summarized a lot of the pieces that are coming in, but I will specifically ask you to take a look at that list, and you can add that at the end for anything that wasn't addressed in the presentations today. Okay.
Okay.
Or
yeah.
however you want to handle that. Thank you.
And Dr. Lee, I'll join you in your breakout room.
Oh,
early.
yeah, actually, that's also my question. So I also got very long comments from some reviewers, and I was wondering whether I need to.
Let's talk about this when we get into our
Okay.
Okay. That way we can get that arranged, and then we can talk that through real quick as we get started.
All right, thanks.
If the discussions for today are over, and we can talk about the breakout sessions after the meeting has been adjourned.
Correct. Thank you. So I think we can adjourn for the day. Allah, are there things you would like to say as we close?
That's all. If we're done, then I would say that this meeting is adjourned. Everybody can leave except the SAC. Please remain in the meeting. Thank you.